All right, good evening. Oh. Okay, perfect. Hi, good evening. All right, it is 5:30, and at this time, I'd like to call our Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services Committee to order. Oh, we're not ready because we don't have anybody to roll call, so we're gonna wait a moment, pause, and come back. All right, I'm so rude, I didn't even think to look, sorry. I'll just wait a minute. All right, and we're back. All right, could we please have a roll call here? Thank you.
Present.
Present.
Present? Thank you very much. At this time, we can approve the agenda. Would anybody like to make a motion to do so?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Winfield, second by Schneider. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. All right, motion passes unanimously, which takes us to the approval of the minutes. Would anybody like to make a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Winfield, second by Schneider. Any discussion? Corrections, changes? All right, seeing none, all in favor of approving the minutes for January 17th committee meeting, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes, which takes us to our math department update. So I'd like to invite Ms. Grorud to and Ms. Moratek up to tell us all about our math department. Thank you.
Good evening. Teresa Moratek, Executive Director of Teaching and Learning. And we are here tonight to give you an update on where we are in our progress in mathematics across the district. And then also a mid-year update to prep the conversation that we plan to have with the committee in spring. We've been running 2 pilots, looking at a program and then moving towards our recommendation in spring. So this is kind of our mid-year stopping point to give you an update on how we're doing and where we are, and then just in general in some of the visioning that's been happening and really exciting work. So we have the leadership team from the math department here, our director of STEAM, and then also Meredith, who is our coordinator. Thank you.
Good evening. As you know, I am Kelly Grorud. I am the Director of Instructional Leadership and STEAM for the district. And I have with me Miss Meredith Falkavage, who's our coordinator. We are going to provide you some updates, and we know that we were here just in June. But there's been a lot of work that's been happening this school year, and so we wanted to kind of give you some updates, and then, as Ms. Moratek explained, kind of give you a chance to ask us some questions in advance of us making a recommendation for our pilot program. We shared this slide in June, and we talked a little bit about how many of us as adults were trained for how do you solve mathematical problems. We were really trained for computation. And 21st century students really have a different skill set that they need to learn in math. It's not that they don't need to learn about computation. They absolutely do. But in addition, our students that go through our school system and then graduate are also going to be need to be ready to answer questions like, how do you predict? How do you model? How do you know? And when we shared this in June, we kind of had a chuckle the other day because we had not seen AI products even enter this educational space. So this conversation has even changed since then with the addition of open AI products that really do help students solve math questions. But students still need to be able to evaluate those questions and use their mathematical understanding to make predictions about the world and understand critically how mathematics influences their world. And so that's really, when we brought this vision forward, that's really the eye with which we were learning. We didn't probably we weren't thinking about AI, but we were thinking about this critical thinking and this deep level of learning that students really need to be able to engage in. So just as a reminder, our mathematical vision for SDB is that in our math classrooms, we really strive to develop mathematically proficient students who project confident math identities and who believe they are capable lifelong learners in math. And we really, that last part of the statement, again, has added emphasis even since the summer because students are going to continually need to readjust how they're learning about math and how they use math in the world. We also talked a little bit about how we want to make sure that students have access to grade level learning, that students really see a cohesive learning progression as they go through our school system, that students are learning the why behind the concepts that they are learning. So it's not just about learning rules. We really want them to be flexible math thinkers, and that the students really do the thinking. We want them to own that learning. We want them to feel confident in what they're able to do. We also shared at that time that every stakeholder within the system has a role to play. And so we had defined some action steps for students, for teachers, and then for leaders, both building leaders and district leaders. So for students, we really want them to work at developing their mathematical identities and their agency in using math. For teachers, we want teachers to create rigorous and inclusive math classrooms. And then at a leadership level, we want both building leaders and Meredith and myself as district leaders to ensure that we have a coherent and rigorous curriculum that's supported by professional learning. And we're going to come back. The reason why I share these with you now is because after we describe a little bit about the work that we're doing, we're going to come back because we've developed some ways that we're actually tracking against our progress towards this vision. So as you might already know, the Teaching, Learning, and Equity Department has developed logic models this year around our big departments. And so for the next few years, our math impact goal is to really move our elementary students to showing more proficiency on their assessments. We're really concerned not just with showing growth, but we want more students to actually be proficient in their mathematical understanding. And we've taken the approach of focusing on K-5 students, not because our middle school and high school students aren't important, they are. But K-5 students develop mathematical thinking and models that they carry with them as they go through the rest of their mathematical learning. And they develop some foundational skills that research shows impact their ability to learn math at higher levels and impact their job performance later on. So we really want to make sure that we're getting students set up with very strong foundational skills. To meet our goal, we're going to focus on 3 strategies this year, and Meredith is going to walk you through the first 2, and I'll take you through the coaching one. So our first strategy is the adoption of high-quality instructional materials, those materials that are going to give our students access to grade-level learning. Linking the adoption of those materials to high-quality professional learning experiences, not just for teachers, but for our coaches and our administrators as well. And to develop coaching systems that really focus on mathematical practices, because it's those math practices that get at that deeper thinking and also open up equity and access for most of our students. So I'm going to turn it over to Meredith and let her kind of talk you through the first 2 of these strategies.
Thank you. So our first strategy that goes with our logic model is to implement high-quality instructional materials. And one way we are doing this is currently looking at 2 different resources for our core resource, and we are looking at Eureka Math Squared and Illustrative Mathematics, and that is throughout the district in different buildings and different grade levels, so we can really see from our youngest learners in kindergarten through our 8th grade learners here what of these 2 resources is going to be best for our students. And we are collecting various data points, and some of these include talking to students and teachers that are currently in these pilot classrooms and seeing what their experiences with these 2 materials are. Kelly will talk about some of the other data points that we are collecting in a few moments. We are going to be looking at an adoption for the 23-24 school year, and we will come back to you guys in a couple of months with our recommendation for that once we have gathered all our data. This is kind of our mid-year check-in.
also, just like we want our core resource to be high quality, we also want any supplemental materials that we give our students to use for math to be of high quality instruction also. And the one we are currently working with is Imagine Math. And both this product and the two that we are looking at for our core resources have been independently reviewed and are considered high quality instructional materials. One of the great things with Imagine Math is that we are seeing our students using this product a lot more than our previous supplemental resource, which was Dreambox. We are also seeing that students are passing more on grade level lessons, which is a great thing to see. We are seeing large growth in our students and the motivation of our students to do it. One of the motivational things that Imagine Math has for us is they've partnered with us and some of our community partners so that students can actually earn what they call think points from doing math problems and then donate them to some of our community partners. So in the fall, we actually donated over $1,900 to community action. And this spring, we just kicked it off 2 weeks ago for Welty Environmental Center. And we are pleased to say that our kids have already in 3 weeks maxed out the $2,000 donation for Welty. So our kids, we've seen them do tons of math when these initiatives and motivation pieces are in place. So hopefully with these two high quality instructional materials, it'll lead us towards that logic model growth that we are looking for. The second piece of our strategies is professional learning and instructional systems. And there's a few different pieces that we've been working on with this. The first is we've partnered with the Math Institute of Wisconsin, and this is to provide high leverage professional learning for our staff members. And we're working with them so that the learning that the teachers will be receiving will be in line with whatever resource we choose to adopt for that core resource. We are also having our coaches, interventionists, and Kelly and I go through coursework with Math Recovery. And Math Recovery is the latest research on how students really develop and progress throughout their math learning. So from counting, adding, subtracting, fractions, all of that research is kind of combined into these courses. And this will allow our coaches, interventionists, and us to provide professional learning for our teachers. It helps lead some deep, meaningful professional learning community conversations with our teachers. And then it's giving us another lens to look at our core resource materials to make sure that they are aligned with this up-to-date research on how students really learn mathematics. We are going to be giving our building leaders a math camp this summer, and that is going to help us really roll out this new core resource and get our instructional building leaders up to speed on all the work that we've been doing and how to best support this implementation in their buildings next year. And then we've also been building tools and resource materials for our teachers to help them do their best work in the classroom and fill in any of the gaps that we might see with any kind of materials and what we're seeing in the classroom. And then I'm going to turn this back over to Kelly.
So our third strategy is around coaching, and we want to kind of talk about two things that we've been doing this year related to coaching. We are really looking at coaching as that job-embedded professional development, that learning that happens just in time. And so this year, as you may know, we've been working with Instruction Partners, and Instruction Partners has trained us and has trained our coaching staff in how to use a tool that they call an IPG, an instructional tool. And what you can do with the IPG is actually do learning walks. So like go into a classroom, look for very specific things that students are doing or saying, look at some teacher moves that might be happening in the classroom, look at the alignment of the lesson to those grade level standards. And it's a really nice tool for just collecting evidence. But we've done these learning walks now in every one of our pilot classrooms and some additional classrooms as well. And when we do these learning walks, we do them with the building math coach and with the building leadership, so assistant principals and principals. What's great about it is not so much the tool and the evidence that we collect, but the conversations that follow. This tool really allows us to reflect with the building coaches and the leadership team around what we see, what they see, and how that might inform instructional moves, professional learning that's happening in the building, and PLCs. And so this has been a really great tool for us to learn how to use, and it's allowed us to collect quite a lot of data. The other thing that we've been doing with our STEM coaches, our math coaches, is we've changed the way our monthly meetings are running this year. So we are using our time together to do what we call coaching labs. And so we engage in role play around scenarios that are common. They're common themes that come up. So as an example, when we first brought the pilot materials, one of the big themes that came up was, why do students need to learn math this way, right? It was different. Teachers were looking at it in a different way. So we actually role play. Our coaches play the role of coach, client, and observers, and we break out into teams, and we have conversations and actually role play scenarios that are coaching scenarios, and then we debrief as a team, and we talk about what strategies work best, which strategies maybe didn't work so well, right? The mindsets that can be coming into these conversations, how do we move teachers towards growth, right? And so it's been a really productive way for us to spend time together to really think through the elements that are popping up as we do this pilot work. So then, as I said, we've been, in addition to kind of leading these initiatives, one thing that I have done in the past in leadership roles is really engage in progress monitoring and what we've called program evaluation. It's something I really believe in. I don't like doing initiatives if I don't know how they're impacting the system. And so we have really worked hard this year at keeping a key question in mind, which is thinking through the parts of the math system that are supporting student learning and growth, and also being really open to the parts of our system that are not supporting that learning and growth. So things that aren't working for students or aren't working for teachers. So with that in mind, you heard us talk a little bit about the learning walks. So we collect a lot of data. One of those data points are from the learning walks. As Meredith mentioned, we do focus groups with both students and teachers so that we can understand from both perspectives how the classrooms are working. And we also collect all of that student outcome data. So the state assessment scores, our MAP scores, we have district benchmarks now from kindergarten through 8th grade, and then any other common assessments or built-in assessments like we have within Imagine Math. As we've been gathering this data, we've actually gone back to that vision statement and taken every single one of those actions for each category and aligned the data that we're collecting back to those actions. And that gives us an opportunity to reflect periodically from the data that we're gathering, how are we moving this part of our vision forward? And I can tell you there are some things that we're doing well, and there are some things that we need to continue to work on. But it's nice to be able to really address it at that sort of that line-by-line level, because it's giving us a lot of clarity about what we need to do as we move forward and where teachers need support. The other really nice thing about progress monitoring in this way is that then it also allows us to look very strategically at the strategic plan. So the district's strategic plan, we can align our math goals right to that whole child priority and identify where we fit in within those strategies. So that's really what we have to share today. We wanted to provide you with an update, give you a chance to ask us any questions about what's happening within the math department. And as Meredith mentioned, we anticipate returning shortly, in the not too distant future, to talk about what we would recommend for an adoption for K-8 math next year. So, thank you.
Thank you both so much. Questions, comments? Board Member Winfield?
I just had one. Do we still have Math 24?
Yes. We do. As a matter of fact, we will be going to the Math 24 competition. It's next week, so February 28th on Tuesday. Yep.
And what students are involved in that? Do we?
Yeah, they're intermediate
Right?
students.
Like 6th, 7th, and 8th grade?
Yeah, 4th and 5th grade.
4th and 5th?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Board Member Winfield. Board Member Schneider?
I just really appreciate all of the effort that you've put into this and the thought and the alignment. It makes it real easy to see and connect everything that we're doing to what our goals are and to move us forward. So I appreciate it. I'm looking forward to hearing next time.
Thank you.
Thanks. And since everybody's phone is ringing right now, Dr. Garrison, you want to interject real quick?
Sure. So, real quick, the district will be closed due to winter weather warning of snow. I tried not to hold it off as long as I could, but that's what we're doing for tomorrow. And going back to what's most important tonight, which will be the conversation around math. I think math is different now. I think it's time for us to also make that be pronounced more. You know, how we used to do math is different from when I was in school, from maybe when someone else was in school. We want more hands-on opportunities for math, and this process does help provide that. Of course, there's going to be a recommendation that we'll bring down the road, but I want people just to understand that math is different, and the more hands-on opportunities that we're allowed to have in this conversation helps us move that math thought forward.
I just want to highlight, too, some of the work that this group has done. For example, with Lifting Student Voice. Was it 150 students you interviewed? 153. They interviewed 153 students before beginning this work to develop that vision. So that first slide where there were the 3 lenses, that work started before we even picked materials. And so out of those interviews with students, we had themes that emerged. One very much so speaking about mathematical identities. And so when we look through this work and we think about how we're teaching it, how are we supporting our students to have mathematical, right? I am a mathematician. And so that's going to continue to be something that we lift up in our math instruction. It's actually also in literacy, right? Building literary identities was another theme that emerged, and we did kind of similar work when developing the literacy vision. But I just wanted to honor that because we talk about student voice a lot, but we don't always actually walk the talk on that. And so this group is just very qualitative, research-minded, and so they have put in that legwork leading into this.
Thank you so much. And I mean, definitely really want to echo all of the appreciation. I want to add some appreciation. I really loved, I took a lot of notes. One thing I really loved was like your emphasis on the grade level learning centered around why. And like when you ask a student about division, like a colleague and I were just talking about this morning, instead of them answering, keep, change, flip, they can explain to you what division is. And that just made me light up when you talked about kind of that why piece. I really love too the focus on like the reflection and the self-efficacy is like really strong through all of what you discussed, both in the students and the teachers. And that's like, those are the ingredients, right? To really make programs excellent, to kind of do that above and beyond work. And as an educator, I just wanted to compliment you and highlight that. And that's such important work. And then just as a board member, I just really appreciate too, just the connection. I wrote down like every action connected to the vision statement is so critical because it's also going to help us as a district continuously self-evaluate, like to what extent do we need to focus like on this piece of our vision and this and that. And I just like, this is the work, and I am so happy with everything that I heard tonight. So thank you for all of your work and for your presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Let me add one more thing
Please.
to the thought. That the coaching piece is also very important. Naturally, when we're thinking about working in math, since we're learning math differently, there's a big connection on how we need to reframe our brain sets as we're bringing this information to our students. And so, the more we're able to do that with our teachers through professional learning, to me that also will yield better opportunities for our students to learn.
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, yes, thank you so much, Dr. Garrison. Really appreciate it. Never thought I'd be so excited about math, but you're helping to build my math identity. I'm so super.
My job.
Well done. It's like in action right now. Awesome. Great. So at this time, we're going to switch it over to Mr. Weir and Miss Beavers for a discussion on restorative justice and a recommendation for renewal for New Route, I believe.
Good evening. I'm Missy Beavers. I'm the Executive Director of Pupil Services, and I'm here with Eric Weir, Director of Student Services and Special Education. And tonight, we're kind of going to follow the same pattern here. We're going to do a review of the restorative justice work that we've done thus far and discuss our future recommendation for renewal for years 2 and 3. So I'm going to let Eric start.
All right. Like Missy mentioned, Eric Weir, I'm the Director of Special Education and Student Services. We wanted to just start off by revisiting the fact that the district has always had a commitment to restorative justice, and it is outlined in our code of conduct. So you can see that here on this first slide. In terms of what restorative justice is, it's important to note that it really is truly a mindset, and it's all built around relationships and community. And the restorative practices piece is what we do to practice this mindset, I should say. The pillars within restorative justice are really centered around relevance and readiness, culture and climate, transition and change, and of course, leadership. So when we take a look at how this shift can affect our code of conduct, there ultimately could be some impact on it, but this is not linear by any means. It's something that's going to take a lot of time. We just want to make sure that as we continue to embrace restorative practices, that we reflect upon the guiding documents that the district uses in terms of how it supports its students, particularly with behavioral needs. And we want to make sure that those are rooted in positive behavioral supports and that the way they're written is in a proactive manner and uses restorative language instead of in a punitive mindset. So, taking a look at what we've done thus far this year, so when we onboarded with New Route for this year, we were committed to developing a district team. And so the district team has voice from all of our buildings. They're building leadership, so all administrators are part of that, as well as 2 staff members from each building. The buildings were able to kind of identify the staff members on their own, and that core team really is the champion for the work that we've been doing this year and that work that we're going to do moving forward. So we started off the year with a wellness check. So all of the buildings participated in this wellness check, and that really served as a need assessment for the school district while checking in on the well-being of the group and the members within that group so that we can really make sure that we plan accordingly to meet the needs of our district and where our buildings are at and not just do broad sweeping kind of generalized restorative practice work. Then each month, our team participates in community of practices, and so those are combined with our administrators and our building champions together. The community of practice focuses on deepening equity-rooted restorative practices. We've covered things like change management, implementation, developing strong culture and climate, as well as kind of reflecting upon the different avenues that you can implement restorative practices into your buildings, so community building circles, peace circles, using restorative language and having restorative conversations, etc. There have been 3 professional learning sessions with all administration and building champions throughout the course of this year, and there's been 3 additional professional learning sessions with just building administration. And then we did offer 2 choice professional development sessions for all staff so that all staff, even if they weren't part of their building teams, can start to be familiar with like a restorative 101. What is the, what is it? What is the language that goes along with it? What are we doing in our district? Those professional learning sessions really focused on those foundations, like I mentioned, as well as building and establishing restorative school culture. And then we also added, at no additional cost, so New Route was willing to kind of partner with us to extend some of the learning to our in-school support staff or our in-school suspension staff. All of the buildings that have those staff members use slightly different terminology to describe them. But they are important staff, as they are sometimes that first line of defense when students are struggling with something in a school. And so New Root did come in and they did some professional learning on those Wednesday early release days with that group. And that really focused around restorative consequences, reentry conversations, peace circles, and restorative conversations, as well as how they could become part of the evolving restorative culture building within the buildings that they support. So when you take a look at that wellness check that we started the year off with, there were some key takeaways that the buildings kind of identified. They all identified that mental health, SEL, and trauma are important to them, that collaboration should be an ongoing effort, that it is instrumental that we engage parents and families, not only in this work, but in all facets of supporting their child to be successful in our district. Identify safe spaces for dialogue to occur within buildings, and have cultural competency to be grown within all school stakeholders. And of course, just like my colleagues in teaching and learning mentioned, that important student voice component as well. They also, through that wellness check, the buildings identified some opportunity areas, and those would be to support and advance a culture and climate within the district and the individual buildings, to support and advance our social emotional learning teams in the buildings, to provide restorative justice, equity, trauma-informed workshops for staff and coaching for administrators and the building teams to help just facilitate a smooth transition of really building a restorative culture and not just using isolated practices on an inconsistent basis. Obviously, the immediate win from all of those is that our buildings are seeing that we as a district are committed to this work and that it's something that we're going to continue to do and not be like a one and done. Community of practice reflections. So we obviously want to be responsive to how the building teams are learning the information that's being provided to them, how they feel the work is going in the building, and what they see as continued needs for the district. And so partway through this year, for one of the community of practices, it was facilitated reflection, essentially, and gave all stakeholders an opportunity to provide voice in what they feel is going well and areas for growth. And so you can see on the left-hand side there some of the successes that were that came up multiple times from the different buildings. Are that we have successful implementation of community building circles and restorative conversations in our buildings. We're finding creative ways to incorporate circles and restorative practices throughout the day, and that we're developing more comfort and understanding with the language that goes along with restorative practices, as well as making progress within community collaboration and culture building. And when you look at kind of the hopes and aspirations of the buildings as the work moves forward in our district, there is interest in learning new types of circles and how to adapt circles to younger age groups, wanting to involve parents more deeply in practices and potentially offering resources and workshops to our parents and families. The schools are interested in training student leaders and peer mentors as a component of restorative practices, and that additional coaching as well as additional professional learning so that we can continue to learn and deepen our understanding of what restorative justice and restorative practices can look like. And just some positive data that we wanted to share with you. So we just pulled the pre-expulsion requests and expulsions from last year and this year. And anyone that may not be familiar with pre-expulsions, they're sometimes referred to as admin hearings. It's an option that administrators have in regards to students that may have a more serious violation to the code of conduct or are repeat offenders to a portion of the code of conduct. But if you look last year, the 21-22 school year, from September to February, we had a total of 67 pre-expulsion hearings that were held, and at that point we already had a total of 7 expulsion hearings that the board had seen. This year, from September to February, this date now, we've only had 27 pre-expulsion hearings, and there has only been one that has gone to an actual expulsion in front of the board. And so we do attribute, some of that to the fact that our buildings are being more mindful and they are implementing these restorative mindsets and restorative practices to their approach with students and supporting their behavioral needs.
Thanks, Eric. So now I'm going to discuss about years 2 and 3. So just a reminder, when we first presented New Route, we talked about a 3-year plan. And year 1 was to really start building champions in the district. And year 2 was then infiltrating the buildings. And then 3 was supporting the work that was done in buildings. So just a quick suggested scope of the work for years 2, the recommendations that when we worked together with New Route, this is what we came up with and wanted to present. So in year 2, and just a reminder, this is for 12 building sites when I talk about this. So an advanced professional development and community of practice for the building champions and administrative teams that Eric referred to. So they would get the advanced session in addition to being involved in the school-based session. Again, the professional development is the new learning, and the community of practice deepens that equity-rooted practices in the change management, the implementation, strong culture and climate. Second, at every school campus, there will be a wellness check, just like what Eric said. The educator focus for the wellness checks is going to be values, collaboration, and support. And the student focus for wellness checks is going to be sense of belonging in the building. There's also going to be a whole school PD series focused on community building and establishing a restorative culture. And then a whole school community of practices, which will be deepening that equity-rooted restorative practices. Again, those are each at 12 sites, quoted for 12 sites. And then the last thing in year 2 would be a coaching model. And so that would look anything like consultation, modeling, co-facilitation, observation, and debrief of, what you're implementing in your building. And the frequency would be 2 times a month for the 12 sites. And included in that coaching, we asked for a braid of a communication plan for parents. How can buildings be establishing that restorative practice mindset with the parents? So helping us with parent communications, restorative justice and social emotional learning tools for parents that can be implemented in the home. And then as we work through that, what additional pieces can we add and can they support us with? So that's what we're recommending for year 2. And then year 3 is just that support piece. Like Eric said, not a one and done. We want to stay with it. So we're going back to the whole school advanced PD then. So they'll continue to get the learning as well as the community of practice at each 12 sites. They'll get the coaching 2 times a month. The building teams would be then in that second year for them, third year for us. They'll be supported in working towards 1 to 2 predetermined goals related to developing restorative systems, structures, and policies that influence student success in their building. And then the last part of year 3 is parent engagement workshops in person at each site in their buildings to really get a deeper understanding of restorative practices and the applicable uses of restorative practices in the home. So, excuse me, looking ahead to years 2 and 3, what kind of shifts can we expect to see? So we've talked a lot about culture and climate, so expect to see a shift in that, an increase in teacher confidence and efficacy with the use of restorative practices, increase in sense of belonging for both our students and our staff in the buildings. We're hoping to see a decrease of student out-of-school suspensions and student infractions, and an increase in parent engagement. Okay, so just a quick overview of the cost that goes along with each one of those areas of learning that I referenced earlier. I just broke it down for you, year 2, and just a reminder, this is quoted at 12 sites currently for year 2 and year 3, so a grand total not to exceed $609,800. And then I just wanted to break down the difference between year 1 and year 2. Year 1 was one district champion team of roughly 50 people. And then years 2 and 3 are based off of 12 sites, expanding each professional development or community of practice to 75 people. And so, just wanted to reiterate that restorative justice supports district policy that we already have in place and the priorities that are outlined in the strategic plan. And so we realize this is like a 1,000-foot view right now, and we're going to be coming back with additional information and looking for action the next time we come around. But tonight, we just wanted to answer any questions or have you ask us questions that we can bring answers back at the next committee meeting so that we're solid in our recommendation to renew New Route for years 2 and 3. So thank you.
Thank you both so much. What a great presentation about such an important topic. I know Mr. Winfield had to leave. He was really happy to hear what he heard, I'm sure, but he had to step out for personal reasons, so sorry about that. Board Member Schneider, did you have questions or comments?
I just like the progress that we're beginning to see here. I know I've heard in the community that people are concerned with as we move to restorative justice, that we're going to diminish the strength of the code of conduct. I'm glad to see that in here, it's not replacing it. It's just another way to provide the support we need for the students so they're not faced with the code of conduct, which is what everybody has been asking for us to do. And this is a great way to continue that process and continue to build that. So I'm really looking forward to getting the results as we go forward, so we can continue to see the changes in our buildings. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank you. I mean, there's literally nothing more important than we can do for our kids than to teach them how to be good human beings to themselves and to each other. And this is so much like a mechanism for that. So thank you for all of the work that you're doing and this, developing this 3-year plan. I want to highlight one of my favorite parts of your presentation. I really appreciated like kind of the different on-ramps for like interweaving different iterations of restorative practice and justice. Like you talked about, Mr. Weir, like the different circles and like when you use kind of like with precision each of these strategies, because it really makes it more like meaningful part of our culture. I thought that was really encouraging. And then kind of to that point, I really appreciate you sharing the data, like the discipline data. For next time, I'd love to hear a little bit more about, like what some of the metrics are, and are we going to be using, and I'm like spacing, now I had it written down and I forgot to bring it. What is the test, not the test, but like, the
Sabers?
Thank you. Oh my God, I love you. Thank you. Yes, I'm like, it's the thing. Yeah.
Screener. It's called a screener.
It's a screener. Cool.
Yeah.
Love words. Awesome. Yeah, I know that word sometimes. All right, cool. So I was just wondering, like, is the Sabers going to be a data point, or just kind of what does that kind of metric picture look like, do you think?
Yeah, it could be. We'll bring that back.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, no, thank you so much. Dr. Garrison, did you want to jump in?
Sure. I mean, sometimes I want to make sure we don't leave this off the table. Unfortunately, when we're talking about behaviors in school and discipline in school, we oftentimes are talking about the actions of students of color. And with that being stated, we also have to be very mindful that our district is made up of students of color. And we have to also be mindful that we have been disproportionately suspending students of color in our school district. And so, as pertains to their white peers, I think it's very important to note that as a school superintendent, it is our responsibility to look at different ways in which all of us can learn how we can be different in our conversations around discipline of all of our students in our buildings. And so I don't want to not have this part of the conversation as school superintendent, because this is an ongoing conversation. It's a closed book, we got it right, we're moving forward. It's an ongoing conversation because there's some reteaching that also has to happen, especially as pertains to the marginalized conversation of so many, okay? And when I say marginalized conversation of so many, that goes from the historically marginalized to the gifted and talented. Now, discipline, oftentimes, again, when I'm making this statement, we have to be very mindful that New Route and restorative justice, restorative practices is not a new conversation. Okay, and I think sometimes that's also the misconception in many places that, oh, we're doing something new, we're trying something new, or we're this is a brand new opportunity or a brand new thing. Restorative practices have been around for quite some time. Okay, restorative justice has been around for quite some time. Here in the school district of Beloit, we are now really experiencing what this could possibly mean for us. And there's going to be different conversations as we continue to kind of possibly roll this out with the approval from the board, of course, throughout the many different years here. As you have already stated, Mrs. Beavers, that this is a 2-year opportunity for us to kind of delve a little bit deeper into the conversation. And so I didn't want to lead that off the conversation. I didn't want to lead that out of the conversation, not to say that it was or wasn't, but it is my responsibility to make sure that as a school district, we recognize the marginalization that's happened in our district and noting that it is our goal to not be disproportionate in our discipline practices moving forward.
Well, thank you. And on behalf of the committee, as I hear Board Member Schneider emphatically agreeing with you, I'll just say the committee wholeheartedly supports and agrees with what you just shared, and I think it fits in beautifully with your presentation. So thank you so much. We'll look forward to hearing you again in March.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you think of any questions, feel free to email Dr. Garrison and he'll pass them on to me.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Be safe. The weather here. All right. Thank you. Awesome. All right. That takes us to our next information discussion item. I am so excited to introduce Mr. Weaver to come and speak. I know he's reached out to Dr. Garrison in the past, and he reached out to me as well about coming to our committee this evening to talk about a vision that he has for youth in our community, anchored in athleticism, but also one that integrates and touches upon academic growth as well. So really pleased to welcome you if you want to come on up and share your vision with us, Mr. Weaver.
Hello.
Perfect.
How you guys doing? Thank you for this opportunity to be here to share a vision that I have. Being a Beloit native, born and raised here in town, it's an honor to be back home. A little bit about me. Again, I'm a Beloit guy and born and raised here, and I have a pride that most people from here have, I believe, being a Beloit person. I went on to play basketball professionally. Went to Washington State University. So basketball was pretty much my life. I was in it as a kid, and I'm able now to give back in a way of coaching. And I actually have something here for you guys about my foundation that I'm actually in a process now of rebranding. Can I pass this out, or can I wait till after? Or
You can do whatever you'd like to do.
yeah, okay.
We're cool.
Yes, so I've been playing professional ball since 2008. I recently just stopped playing when the pandemic hit. I was able to come back home. It was kind of a blessing in disguise, actually. I have a small child as well, so I was able to come home and be a parent these last couple of years, to be able to see his growth and coach him and mentor him in his journey of sports and in life as well. And I really just had a moment living in Florida the last couple of months where the things I was doing there, just the coaching and the athlete side, I just felt like I had to do these things here back home in Beloit. And I just knew that the impact would be much different from being there and being, my family and friends being here, and just kind of knowing about some of the things that may not be so great here going on right now in Beloit. don't want to kind of make this somber, but there's a a well-known, I think it's just a fact that, Beloit kind of has a bad rap right now with certain things, whether it be academically, even though I'm here speaking athletically. We have some issues, but we also have a lot of great things going on here as well. And I just want to move the thing forward to try to just help. I just really want to be here to impact the city in any way that I can. Just want to read my mission here for my foundation that I'm actually rebranding now. It's just Weaver of Dreams Foundation strives to provide opportunities for youth to learn, network, and build an environment where they can utilize the gifts they were naturally given to become who they are meant to be. Our goal is to reshape the minds of the youth, parents, and communities where we provide guidance and service to them through our 5 core pillars of sports, health, arts, personal development, and entrepreneurship by creating a safe space where one's passion can be used to find his or her purpose. So that's pretty much what my goal is. And outside of that, I just want to extend an olive branch to the district and just to kind of create and build a relationship with you guys to be able to start doing some of these things. I have a lot of big plans, and I've been dreaming pretty big about doing this, but I just want to start small. And I want to start with the thing that I know, and that's basketball. So one thing that I would ask of you guys is just to get some direction and maybe some advice on how to approach that, and what I would need to do to kind of get this thing going. Some of the things I would like to do is just basically just give youth, starting in the elementary age, 4, 5, 6, to just get them fundamentally sound in basketball, whether it be just simple training, simple workouts, get them to learn and understand about their bodies, health, eating habits, certain things like that. So that's kind of where I wanted to start. Again, this is kind of something that I would like to phase into other things as well, as far as different programming and different things that we can do in the schools, whether it be after school or however, we could set something up that way as well. Yeah, and that's pretty much it. I had an opportunity to come back here and to coach basketball at Aldridge Middle, the boys and the girls. And it was quite a journey. I learned a lot about myself doing this as well, but I was able to really just be feet and boots on the ground to really learn about what's needed and what these kids are going through and their experiences, in the schools right now as well. So it was a great experience for me, and I'm just here to keep learning and to keep seeing what we need here in Beloit. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Thank you so much. And I know a couple of things that stuck out to me when we had talked a little bit was kind of a desire to give the kids longer exposure to a longer season of sports. And then you were kind of talking about maybe through your foundation potentially partnering with other community organizations to bring in tutoring on those Wednesdays was one of the things that we kicked around a little bit. So it sounds like kind of the 3 big themes that I got out of what you had presented was definitely just that increased focus on high quality exposure to athleticism and that experience, just sort of that tutoring support and mentorship. Does that sound about right? I just calibrated.
No, for sure. I didn't know how deep I
No,
went
I just
right now, but
I just thought I'd bring up because you were talking about ways to partner. So yeah, I mean, I'll kick it over to Dr. Garrison and Board Member Schneider as well for thoughts and feedback. Board Member Schneider.
Well, I thank you for the energy and the concern for all of the people here in Beloit. I know that there are a lot of people that are very interested in providing a lot of activities for the youth here throughout the city. Just a couple of thoughts came to mind. I know right now the Park and Recreation and Sustainability Committee for the City of Beloit are holding meetings as looking at the ARPA funds that they have been given to move forward. That might be a place that you may want to contact and talk with them and see where they're at and what they're doing and how you can support them and they can support you or partner together on a lot of things as you move forward. I know there are a lot of things going on with the Boys and Girls Club of Beloit. So again, the more people that are out there to do that. if I hear of other people or know of other people in the community that are really looking to try to work and do what you're talking about here, I'll make sure I pass their names on to you, so that there's somebody that you can connect so as you continue to move forward. I also encourage you, as your plans go on, to keep us informed as to what you're doing and if there's anything that we could do to support your efforts.
Perfect. Thank you.
And so, one of the things I like to say is, whenever a community member wants to come back and give back, it's always a very important conversation that the district has to have. And how do we move the conversations forward is just as important. One could always say that there's a lot of people that talk about giving back, right? And then there's actually another group of people that actually give back. And so I appreciate the fact that you have came back and you have started to give back as well through your coaching over the summer. Naturally, when it comes to working in a district, as we talked, there are certain procedures and things that we got to kind of follow. But all that stuff isn't a preventive. We don't want that to prevent you working with us in the school district. I think it's very important to note that in your foundation, the Weaver of Dreams, I like how that kind of flowed there a little bit instead of river, but a Weaver, yeah. Weaver of Dreams Foundation, the development of a mission is just as important as what we're going to be doing moving forward. And so developing this mission helps us connect and how we can better service our kids in different capacities. Now, I also am a big proponent of starting with what you know. And you can say what you want to say. I didn't play NBA basketball. I didn't play professional basketball. I didn't. Yeah, I had hoop dreams, But starting with what you know is just it's very important. And as you, again, make these connections with the kids, that's just a part of where you want to go, right? But it is a very important part because, again, that's what you know. And I know I say it jokingly, but yeah, I've coached basketball before. Yeah, of course I have. But I haven't played at a professional level, right? And so that the level of what it takes to get to the professional level, I don't have that level of experience. Now, one could argue that a lot of coaches think they got that level of experience, but a lot of them didn't even go play professional. And so there's connections that kids can make to the overall playing of the game and understanding what it's going to take to make it to the next level. But what's just as important is that although kids may see this as an outcome, sports, athletics, X amount of students are going to be on that, or in this case, athletes will be on that team. But it takes, for the 15 players, let's just say in basketball, that actually makes a roster, 12, that makes a roster with 3 reserve, 200 or so people behind the scenes making sure that product is actually able to do what they do best. And that organizational conversation is just as important in your work. And so to me, the education behind sports and sporting opportunities is, just as important. I know a lot of people say the misnomer or the nomenclature is NFL means not for long, right? NFL, not for long. But in a lot of professional sports, the average career is 3 years. And so there's this other conversation around education around what it takes to stay once you get there, along with what it takes to get there. And then if you don't get there, there's a lot of other opportunities that you can participate in to still be around the sport that you love. And so I appreciate you coming. I appreciate you sharing. And I also appreciate you starting with what you know, but most importantly, allowing us to be a possible catalyst to moving this work forward.
So that's actually my next question. So I know, Mr. Weaver, you were talking about, are you looking to kind of establish like a partnership in terms of like, with like using space or access to like additional, like to be a provider of additional programming?
Yeah, for sure. I think that would be the easiest way to start, to
Okay.
be more hands-on is definitely getting some gym access and, the kids are already at school, not having to worry about transportation or other issues that the kids may have now. So for sure, that would be definitely an outlet or an easy way to, jump right in,
All right,
to start
perfect.
working on
So
kids.
it sounds, so Dr. Garrison, are you cool? Are you guys good to like kind of meet at some point and move that forward then to?
Sure. What will happen, we'll need to have one offline. We'll talk, my teaching and learning director and myself, you, and figure out what ways we can start the conversations around what's needed to actually, start the space conversation. Naturally, again, there's, procedures and things that we got to kind of follow from a policy perspective. But again, there's there's still opportunities for us to get this going moving forward.
All right, perfect. I mean, thank you again so much. It's like Board Member Schneider said and Dr. Garrison said. I mean, yeah, there are a lot of people who were like, oh yeah, we want to do all the things. I mean, I really appreciate you kind of taking that extra step and joining us here this evening. And I hopefully this puts a positive spotlight on the great work that you've started. And we're excited to help you, make it happen.
Yeah, great. And thank you guys too. I appreciate you. I
No,
really do.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, what an exciting meeting. Okay, cool. So, yay, we got math, sports, we've got it all at Teaching Learning. All right, cool. All right, so just to close out our meeting, our next meeting date is loading. Like my internet died. I don't know. It'll probably be, I'm assuming March 21st at 5:30. Yay, I can do math in my head. Oh, yep, there it is. March 21st, I'm assuming at 5:30. Thank you all very much for joining us this evening. Anybody have anything else before we adjourn?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Again, thank you to all the presenters tonight. I know great work as it pertains to sharing this information with the board. I know it takes a lot to get this stuff done, and oftentimes we just don't, say thank you for the work that goes on behind the scenes. The stuff just don't fly on paper. Somehow someone has to sit down and think about how it's going to be presented. So I guess I want to say thank you to the team.
Thank you. Yeah, it's definitely important stuff. So at that point, we are just about on time to adjourn for our next meeting. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I'll second it. Moved by Schneider, second by Miller. All in favor of adjourning at 6:31, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Thank you all again. Have a great 5 minutes before the next meeting.
All right, is everybody ready?
I agree. Yes, sir. Let's do it.
Okay, ask on Board of Education. Board docs. Okay. All right. Want to call to order the February 21st, 2023 Human Resource Committee meeting at 6:37 PM. Mrs. Shope, could we have a roll call, please?
Here?
Board Member Levy?
Yes.
Board Member Anderson? Present. We're just working out some technical difficulties here. Present.
Present?
Present?
Is there a motion for the approval of the agenda?
So moved.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Miller and seconded by Board Member Amy Levy. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, motion passes unanimously. Is there a motion for the approval of the minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Second. It's been moved by Board Member Amy Levy, seconded by Board Member Megan Miller. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes unanimously. 2A, employment recommendations. A motion may be made to convene the Human Resources Committee into closed session pursuant to Section 19.85, parentheses 1, parentheses C, of the Wisconsin State Statutes relative to considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second. It's been moved by Board Member Levy, Amy Levy, and seconded by Board Member Spencer Anderson. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, Mrs. Shope, could you give us a roll call vote, please? Board Member Levy.
Aye.
Roll call, Board Member Anderson. Aye.
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 Aye. It's unanimous. We are going into closed session. I believe there is a closed session link. Okay. Okay, the Human Resource Committee has reconvened in public session in order to take any action, if necessary, on the items discussed in closed session. Do we have any open session questions? Board Member Levy, I see your hand raised.
Thank you. My first question is in reference to Exhibit A. I see that we have a nurse position that's on there on the west side. And so I'm just wondering, what is the number of nurses we have for each side of the district? And what does the coverage in our elementary schools look like? For example, there's a nurse in all of our elementary schools every day. Is it every other day? I'm just wondering how that breakdown happens, considering that this position is just for one side of our elementary schools.
I can better provide an answer for you on that if I have the opportunity to look it up and forward it to you separately.
Perfect. Sounds good. And then my other question is actually for Exhibit B. So if any other board members have questions on Exhibit A, I will put a pin in it.
Any other board members with questions for Exhibit A? There are none. Go ahead to Exhibit B.
All right. So my one question for Exhibit B, the effective date for the intermediate football coach position at Cunningham was 9/12 of last year, and the effective date for the intermediate girls basketball coach position, also at Cunningham, was for January 3rd of this year. Both of those seasons have been completed. So I'm just wondering, is there a reason that those addendums were delayed in coming before the board?
So for the gentleman that began in in January, that request was submitted for our last board meeting, but was not in a timely manner for me to be able to include it in our agenda. So that's why it's being received now. The work has been completed. Excuse me.
And the addendum from September of last year?
This was a situation where the individual started as a volunteer, and it was later brought to our attention the intent for that person to actually be hired. And so it was an administrative error from the beginning with this particular individual.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Exhibit B? Someone like to make a motion on Exhibits A and B?
I move approval of the February 21st employment recommendations, Exhibits A and B.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay. Motion passes unanimously. And our next meeting date, we're on to 3A. The next meeting date for the Human Resource Committee will be Tuesday, March 7th, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. Is there a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Second?
So moved.
It's been moved by Board Member Schneider, seconded by Board Member Brian Anderson. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. We'll start our business meeting at 7:15, in about 4 minutes. Oh, yeah. So we're adjourned for about 4 minutes here. right, is everybody ready? We'll begin. Going to call to order the February 21st, 2023. I'm looking at the wrong agenda. Regular board meeting to order at 7:15 p.m. Still looking at the wrong agenda. Okay, Mrs. Shope, could I have a roll call, please?
Yes. Greg Schneider,
Present.
Megan Miller,
Present?
Amy Levy,
Here.
Spencer Anderson,
Here.
Brian Anderson,
Here.
and Sean Levy.
Present.
And Juwan Winfield had to leave earlier. All members are present except Juwan.
Is there a motion for the approval of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Schneider and seconded by Board Member Brian Anderson. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. The motion passes unanimously. Board Member Miller, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure. Good. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So before we begin public comment, Mr. Shope, do we have public comment this evening?
We do. We have 2 for that are here, and I have 3 that are emails.
Okay, so we'll start with the email first, and then we'll have the in-person public
Okay.
comment to speak. The Board of Education would like to let our families and viewers know that our regular board meetings are being simultaneously interpreted. You can watch the Spanish interpreted meeting through the link found at the board website under the Watch Meetings tab with tonight's date. In order to accommodate this interpretation, we will be monitoring the pace of our meeting to allow time for the interpretation, and I would like to remind our board members and others speaking to please speak one at a time. Thank you so much for your consideration and understanding. All right, as we're preparing for public comment, yeah, you got that, Board Member Miller? Or, oh, you got the, all right, I had to sign in to, just a minute. Navigate the computer. All right. Begin by reading our norms for public comments during board meetings. Members of the public are welcome to attend all open meetings of the Board of Education. Robert's Rules of Orders will be followed at all times. Individuals attending board meetings are expected to conduct themselves in a respectful and courteous manner that models appropriate behavior for our students. Individuals wishing to comment are expected to comply with the following norms in order to maintain a respectful and ordered meeting and to prevent discussion of confidential matters in a public forum. Comments should be directed to members of the Board of Education and not district employees, students, or other members of the public in attendance at the meeting. Speech that is belligerent, disorderly, disruptive, repetitive, or which exceeds the allowable time permitted for each speaker is prohibited. Concerns or questions that entail the disclosure of identifying information regarding specific students are prohibited. Response from the board, if any, will be limited to clarifying inaccurate information, seeking additional information from the speaker, or acknowledging that the speaker has been understood. The board will not debate with an individual, and the board may not take action on an item raised during public comment that is not on the meeting notice agenda. The chair will interrupt and rule an individual who violates any of these norms out of order. If ruled out of order by the chair, the individual's opportunity to address the board will end immediately and the microphone will be turned off. Thank you for your participation and courtesy. Mrs. Schultz, will you read the email, please?
Yes. The first email is from Devin McIntyre. Good evening, my name is Devin McIntyre, a Beloit resident, BMHS class of 2019. Going forward, I think the school board should highly consider the beneficial impacts of a driver's ed program implemented through the high school. Learning how to drive can be an expensive program that many Beloit youth go without the exposure to. For many, learning to drive can be impeded by not having important resources, familiar support, and cascading responsibilities. The resounding impact of this shows in the population of students set back years in getting their license, in turn causing a myriad of issues like keeping a good job and moving safely throughout our community. Even as a male teenager working the late shift, walking home in the dark was an uneasy experience. One may state that as a teenager, driving isn't the only form of transportation. This is true. However, I find it important to state even after upgrading to a bike, I still experienced complications traversing traffic safely. Transporting myself during the cold Wisconsin winters to and from school, work, while navigating a complex home situation didn't leave much room to structure the time needed to learn to drive. Years passed and I managed to get my license at age 19. My responsibilities as time has passed have only increased, firmly implanting in my mind that programs like driver's ed need to be more accessible and more structured for our youth. This investment in the next generation is something sorely needed in our community to help plan and prepare teens for the next step in their life and adding a form of stability to something that they may not be able to get at home. Thank you for your time. The next email is from Riley McIntyre. My name is Riley McIntyre, born in Beloit and graduated from BLA. Through my personal experience growing up in Beloit, I believe we need an integrated driver's ed in our high school. I grew up in a rocky household that I found myself leaving at only 16 years. With my future very uncertain, I started working for Taco Bell while trying to balance school. I felt isolated and stuck in this position, relying on others to drive me to and from work. With long night shifts lasting until 2 a.m. and waking up for 12 a.m. classes, I found myself exhausted and funneling the money I was making straight into paying others back for the prior night's ride. Beloit, in all honesty, is not the greatest or safest place, and this is especially true at night. I was not always fortunate enough to have a ride home or to work. Nights I found myself walking home were scary, and I found myself sometimes being harassed, shaken down, or followed. It's also important to note and recognize that hundreds of my friends and Beloit kids do not have a form of transportation other than walking. Not everyone has a coworker or parent able to drive them where they need to go. Walking to school in negative temperatures only to stand outside until the school allowed us in was something that was normal for most. Driver's ed and thoughts of driving felt like a far-off dream with no way to pay the fee or even get the course. This was unfortunate as driver's ed is a vital step in becoming a more responsible adult. Driving itself gives a high amount of responsibility to a teen, allowing them to operate this high-powered machine. 4 years later, I am now able to drive myself due to having someone close to me structure that aspect of my life. My older brother and I worked with each other to teach ourselves to drive. I know that not everyone has someone willing to do this. Therefore, the driver's ed programs in schools would allow for those who don't have someone to get the proper steps in approaching driving and adulthood, creating a stronger and safer community. Best, Riley McIntyre. The other email is from Amari Barrios, a student who says, Whole Food Market is starting an exceptionally huge research project in your general vicinity for stores including CVS, Publix, Walgreens, Walmart, Kroger, and Best Buy. And then she has a link in the email where you can apply for that.
The in-person speakers?
Yes. So I have Michelle Loyo and Whitney Klein Avery. Michelle is going to yield her time to Whitney.
All right, thank you.
Hi, Michelle Loyo. I reside at 1131 Central Avenue in Beloit, and I yield my time to Whitney.
Okay. Hi, my name is Whitney Klein, Beloit resident. I'm the school social worker at Todd Elementary. I'm the Lady Lancer volleyball and soccer coach at McNeil Intermediate School. I'm a proud Burge, Converse, McNeil, and Beloit Memorial High School alumni, and I am an invested, born and raised Beloit resident. There are two things I would like to address and advocate for, taking into consideration moving forward with upcoming decisions with reconfigurations and referendums. One, school closures, and two, student services. Though not confirmed, there's been discussion around potential school closures with the new reconfiguration. I would like to advocate on behalf of school history and family engagement. I personally can remember my 6th grade orientation, my first middle school experience. It was a time of overwhelming anxiousness and uncertainty. I was able to buy into the experience and the rich history as my dad showed me his old trophies and my aunt's old pictures throughout the building. I felt like I belonged. I am now a coach at this school, and I put all of my energy into continuing traditions and memories for my student athletes. My student athletes take my word more than others because I can say I walked in their shoes and endured similar situations. I grew up in the Todd School Zone. I live in the Todd School Zone. I work in the Todd School Zone. My family chose to drive to McNeil for my middle school experience, and I choose to work at McNeil for the same loyalty and connection. It was only 10 years ago that our community passed our last referendum, and we closed 5 district buildings and schools and built Fruzen, something that was and has been huge for Beloit residents who are born here and choose to live here. These closures were very traumatic for many of their staff and was very disheartening for its previous students. Most staff had a short notice and were told to pack their things and were relocated to different schools with little time to process the dismantling of an entire school history and culture. Many of these staff were moved to new schools and took years to identify their new role and how they fit in with merging school cultures and norms. Moving forward with talks of a referendum, I ask that you take this into consideration and realize the toll it takes on staff and students. It was 10 years ago when our community bought into the dream of closing schools and opening a new one. Now we are in a position of keeping the new one and closing more schools filled with years and years of culture and legacies. If our goal is to ensure family engagement and community buy-in, I assure you closing these schools that are filled with so many memories and traditions will only continue the drop-off of family support and buy-in to school culture and expectations. Bless you. The second issue I'd like to advocate on behalf of is student services in our district. In previous meetings, a graph was shown that showed the district's teacher-to-student ratio and the abundance of more students each school had the technical capacity to teach. I would like to address our student service to student ratio as well. As of right now, according to the student enrollment numbers referenced in the February 7th board meeting presentation and the current student services employees, there's a combined total of over 23 positions that are over their recommended student services to student ratio, meaning social workers, psychologists, and school counselors. According to DPI, social workers are recommended to have a 1 to 250 student ratio and a 1 to 50 student ratio when serving students with intense needs. This year alone, my school pantry has served over 90 district students, provided and coordinated over 62 entire families with holiday gifts and 38 Thanksgiving baskets. This does not reference the amount of clothing, coats, school supplies we help to provide with the same amount of attendance, SIT, MLSS, IEP meetings, or recess duties, student check-ins, small groups, countless interventions, extracurricular organizations, mentor and volunteer coordinating, and so much more that we do. Now, do not get me wrong, I absolutely love my job. I've known I wanted to do this since I was very young. It's my largest passion, and I choose to do this work every single day. It's my largest passion, and I continue because of my devotion and my passion. My point is just to show the magnitude of how much we have in our building and how many families we serve on a daily basis. It was previously noted that our community is unhappy with the current grade structure, which might very well be true, but I also know that my families and students will be just as unhappy, if not more, if I'm unable to serve them to the level that I'm managing now. and to the level that they deserve. It is common knowledge that the social work profession has one of the highest burnout rates with one of the highest caseloads of all careers. And I'm here before you today because I want to urge you to keep this in mind as you make decisions that will have long impacts for our staff, community, families, and students. I'm passionate about this work. I'm passionate about the future of our students, the school district, and the city. And I just want to advocate that we do what we can to ensure that those who are here for the right reasons do not become left in the dust and with too heavy of a load to carry. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for those comments. There were only 2 comments. That was the 2? Okay. All right. Yeah. Have our student board report.
All right, so at the high school, we have several things happening this week and very soon. Most notably for this week, freshmen are picking their career academy, and then sophomores and juniors, along with the freshmen, are selecting classes that will forward their chosen pathway for the next academic year. In about 2 weeks, on March 7th, juniors will be taking the ACT, which can possibly help them when applying to colleges and provide some insightful data for our school to analyze. In regards to recent events, several members of the boys' swim team qualified and competed at their state competition this past weekend. Last week, Wednesday, the jazz band found out that they are going to the Essentially Ellington competition in New York City. So definitely keep your eyes out for ways to support them and definitely see the wonderful performances they put on. You can often find them down at Grand Avenue Pub. Our academic decathlon team will be traveling to Green Bay to participate in the state competition on the 8th of March, and that subsequent weekend is the opening weekend for the theater's production of Mamma Mia. So definitely show up and show some support for that show that you won't want to miss. We are ramping up more and more programs to be a forward-thinking educational institution with all the programs and opportunities provided that allow students to acquire certifications, jobs, and college credit before they walk the stage. Our district has provided endless opportunities for students, gearing them up to attend top universities like Harvard, Stanford, Yale, and Vanderbilt, or simply leading them to discover their passion through the diverse courses and learning opportunities offered. And we do owe it to the educators and staff that make these opportunities possible. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Hayden. Superintendent's report.
Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. I would like to first start off by saying thank you to our student board report. He did steal some of my thunder, mentioning about the jazz band. And of course, our ACT is coming up. That's a big thing for us. And so I know you students are in the room are so excited for that opportunity, maybe. The other thing I wanted to just discuss and bring into the atmosphere today is that we have been having a lot of different conversations as it pertains to the work that's been going on as it pertains to our referendum and our reconfiguration. We have had continuous meetings as it pertains to our reconfiguration, and with additional meetings last week. Overall, I would like to say in my report tonight that everyone's considerations, in my humble opinion, have been taken into consideration for my administrative recommendation. With that being said, I also like to congratulate, not congratulate, but the board did approve the contract of Mr. Robert Shady, our new business services director. Thank you, Mr. Shady, for coming on to this conversation. I'm not sure if the rest of the board, or in this case, some of the community members know that that position has been vacant for a little over a year now, a year and 2 months, or I'm not counting anymore. And so to say that that position now is filled, it's a huge move in the right direction. In my humble opinion, not having a business services director for that amount of time takes a lot of work on whomever is sitting in this seat, along with the people who have helped us along the way. And I've already have thanked our consultant, Mr. Duff, for his many countless hours that he's put in with us as well. But again, the bigger conversation that I believe is very important is that we do have a qualified candidate to support us in this role moving forward. Now, with that being stated, we do have, and this is my board report, and we do have additional positions in the business services department in which Mr. Shady needs to get to work. We have had, again, some turnover in that conversation in our business services department. Some of this, definitely most of this predated my arrival. However, it is my responsibility to make sure that our positions are full across our school district as best as we possibly can. With that being stated, I also wanted to bring to attention that I have been having continuous conversations with the community. Some of the different conversations I've had over the past 2 weeks is I've met with the state representative, Ellen Schutt. We had a great conversation about our lack of funding that we still have in our coming from the state. We know that we've been negatively funded over the many years, and that's still a conversation that we have to have here as a superintendent in many school districts with our representatives. I look forward to some future conversations with the League of Women Voters. That's a conversation I'm also going to be looking forward to having. Over the past Saturday, I did receive an award for the community. I think it's very appropriate that I thank the community for the award that was given through the Black Churches Coalition recognition as being an influential leader in the school district in the city of Beloit. And so I want to thank the people who recommended me for that prestigious award. And I also have another person that received an award as well, Mr. Levy. Also, Mr. Lee, let's just leave it at that. He also received the award, and again, thank him for his service in receiving that award as well. My last piece will be, as we continue to have more conversations about our referendum, please be on the lookout for the opportunities that we have coming up. Naturally, we have a list of on our website, and some of that's going to be shared tonight, but there's a list of opportunities where people can come out and hear about our referenda. And we would ask the public to please come to those listening opportunities, because those listening opportunities are a way for you to hear what the referendum is about. And of course, there will be future conversations as it pertains to continued conversations after tonight's decision as it pertains to referendum. And that is my time. Thank you.
Okay. Board members, are there any questions or commentary? Questions or comments?
Just congratulations to everybody.
All right. Want to say thank you to Dr. Garrison. One of the things that I think some people might miss or not fully understand is that for our position as a district, as he mentioned, we have been without an executive director of business services for over a year. So at the same time, when we needed a superintendent, we also needed that position. Part of hiring a superintendent is to begin to have stability in our organization where we can have other professionals that would choose to join the district. Some people erroneously believe that you're just hiring administrators, but the position is how, when you know you have an issue with your finances, do you not have a chief financial officer to handle those affairs? So that is, if there's any confusion, that is why the board did take that action, because we are not functioning with all the roles that are necessary in the organization. So we wanted to say thank you for getting that hire done. Thank you to Mr. Chady and welcome. You have been at meetings, so you understand the situation that we're in, you understand the job, and we're thankful that you decided to come to Beloit and join our team and be a part of writing our story and what we're doing. All right. Any others? Okay. All right. Committee reports: Business Operations Finance Committee, Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services, Governance Committee, Legislative Update, and Policy Committee.
I'll start with the Business Operations and Finance Committee. I have nothing new to report. I just want to say thank you to Brian Anderson for filling in for me on the last meeting. Thank you very much.
Hi, good evening. I'm speaking on behalf of the Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services Committee. We had an amazing meeting tonight. I think I say that about all our meetings because I'm just so excited about all the great stuff that we have going on in the district. But specifically, earlier this evening, we heard a really comprehensive update on what's going on with our math curriculum. So we're in the process of piloting 2 different curriculum options as part of a broader math initiative that was, I think, kicked off last year. I want to highlight and appreciate all the people who are a part of this. And I just think like one thing that stood out to me in the meeting that I'd like to elevate to this level is just the focus on student voice. So before they even selected the different curriculum options to pilot, they listed, I think it was 153 different student interviews just to shape kind of that qualitative data about like, okay, what really are we looking for to meet the needs of our students and kind of meet our learners where they are and bring them where they need to be. So that was really encouraging for me to hear, especially as a parent of children who are really benefiting anecdotally, thank you, from those curriculum choices. So that was really cool. We also heard an update on our restorative justice pilot that we've been doing with New Route with some information about potentially expanding that contract at our next meeting in March. That would be coming up to the board, so kind of a preview on that. It sounds like things are going really well. It sounds like we're laying a really, according to our report, a really strong foundation around really just making sure that our students have access to like learning how to be good human beings to each other and creating like strong culture and community, which again, I think is just fundamental to our school district. And we saw some really encouraging early data on how that's already having an impact on discipline and how we're handling student behavioral needs. Lastly, we heard from Mr. Weaver, who's a former NBA player, born and raised in Beloit, who is excited to partner with the school district with his foundation called the Weaver of Dreams Foundation. If anybody wants to take a look at his mission statement, there it is. And he came to talk to us a little bit about his ideas about bringing youth athletics with a tutoring and a mentorship aspect into our school district, specifically focusing on, I think he said grades, was it 4, 5, and 6? I can't remember now, but kind of earlier on, just to like really create an early interest for students in athleticism and give them an exposure to more of an in-depth experience. So all really great stuff. So that's my report. And if anybody has any questions or concerns about the things that are going to be coming up in the future, I think a little bit down the road we'll be looking at recommendations for math curriculum, and then at the next March meeting we're going to be looking at the restorative justice piece. So if anybody has stuff in the meantime, let me know and we'll go from there. Any questions? All right, great, thank you.
All right. Our governance committee did meet this month, just met January 24th. We have an upcoming meeting in February. At our last meeting, we highlighted the strategic plan of the district and covered priorities in finance, the whole child, equity, engagement, culture, and leadership. One of the things that I'd like to make sure is clear is that when we have our governance meeting, it's kind of a space where we do kind of talk out some things that we're working towards as a district at the board level to make sure that we're in line with our strategic plan. And so, like I said, I know that people kind of tune into different meetings, or you may just be following along by the newspaper. But in general, we had a strategic plan that was developed as we finished that in July. We did hire a superintendent to drive that plan. That strategic plan was developed with community members, and it's an expression of not just what the 7 board members want, but what our community partners, parents, and staff contributed. We knew we needed a driver for that plan, so we needed to hire a superintendent. That's what we did. Along that plan, one of the areas is finance. Like many communities in this state, we have to address some things. One, because of our declining enrollment, we had to address our budgeting, which also, at the same time, we needed a finance director, and other finance positions in that office have been vacated. So tonight, Mr. Chady has been hired. So that's another part of actually operating that plan. In the operation of that plan, many of the executive directors that we have, they all have a portion of that plan to move. So as we come back to our other governance meetings, that's where we'll continue to work that out, even as other conversations, and they're on the agenda, and we'll have more conversation about that tonight. about the realities that we're facing as a district, so that things can, we're trying to facilitate, especially through our governance committee meeting, the space for everyone in Beloit, since many of us are proud Purple Knights, attended many of the schools in the district, Hackett, Cunningham, Aldridge. There are people in here that went to Waterman, and Waterman's no more. There are people that went to the Colac Center or Old Roosevelt, people that went to Lincoln. Change is inevitable, but that's what we're trying to do as stewards of this community treasure, to make sure that everyone understands that we're trying to do best for the children in Beloit, the taxpayers, the citizens, because we all believe that Beloit is something special. So we will have an upcoming governance meeting. And as we are going through these changes, we offer and invite everyone to come to the meetings, and because it is your schools also, come and be a part of what we need to do for our community.
All right, my most recent legislative update is attached to the February 7th regular meeting agenda. So I encourage anyone who did not have a chance to look at that to find it there. And the policy committee will meet on Wednesday, March 1st at 5:30.
All right, we are now on to our consent agenda. Is there anything anyone would like removed from the consent agenda?
Board President Levy?
Okay.
Can I pull items A and B, please?
A and B, okay. Are there any other items? Okay. A and B. Is there a motion for the other items?
I move approval of consent agenda, I guess as amended.
Okay.
A second?
It's been moved by Board Member Miller and seconded by Board Member Brian Anderson. All those in favor? Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. A.
I just have one question on A, and that's regards to the policy 761 wellness. And the question is, let's see, I guess for counting pages, maybe the 5th page, it's under the category of standards and guidelines for school meal programs. And one of the redlined items says that all campuses are closed, meaning that no students are permitted to leave the grounds during the school day. And I know this is a topic that's come up, and I'm just curious if striking this has an impact on district-wide open and closed campuses, or is there a different policy that covers that?
So we have had the discussion about us being a closed campus as it stands. We are still a closed campus, and so that's kind of where we left it, as I understand it. We are a closed campus for lunch.
So does striking that by default make us an open campus?
Striking it.
Because that's being removed
May I?
from. You may, please.
Thank you. So just to give some context as the policy chair, we never want one policy to be incongruent with another policy or standard operating procedures that we have for buildings. So if we left it there, that meant that we did not have the ability to be an open campus or to give students the ability to leave if it as an earned privilege. So removing it doesn't mean that we're open, but it won't conflict if there are instances where students are able to leave campus. Does that make sense?
Yep, that's fine. Thank you. Can I move on to B? Unless there's any other questions on A?
Any other questions on A? All right, B.
So on B, which is regarding the educational media selection procedures. So in the first section on that, under A, subsection 2, where it highlights the titles for the criteria, it has to meet these different criteria. And one, again, the redlined, the removed part of that section says accuracy of factual information, and replaces it with exhibits a high degree of potential user appeal and interest. And I think that's a big shift. I just want to make sure that as we bring in educational material, that we're still focusing on factual material and not just items that exhibit a high degree of potential user appeal and interest, because I have a wide range of interest and appeal on subjects that aren't necessarily factual in nature. So I guess I'm just curious as if someone has some thoughts on that.
I mean, I have a question. Is that in item 5, though? Is up-to-date and information and presentation incorporates accurate and authentic factual content from professionally reviewed sources?
Board Member Miller, I think you're correct. Thank you for that. No problem.
I had a similar thought, just to validate it, yes.
Any other questions? All right. Is there a motion for A and B?
I'll make a motion to approve items A and B.
Second?
It's been moved by Board Member Brian Anderson and seconded by Board Member Megan Miller. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Six A, Aramark Food Service Annual Update.
Pardon me, can I get clarification of the motion? Who moved and seconded again?
And my memory. Brian Anderson
And then
moved,
Miller?
seconded by Megan Miller.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Garrison, members of the board, thank you for allowing us the opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is Jenny Bracamonte. I am the regional manager for Aramark. I cover the entire state of Wisconsin, and I couldn't be more thrilled to introduce to you tonight your new food service director, Mr. Kevin Levy here. Kevin has been with Aramark for over 24 years in several director roles, and he is a long-time, 50 years, I believe, resident of Beloit, and I know he is thrilled to support your district in a different way. And so I'm excited to turn it over to him.
Thank you, boss. I greatly appreciate that. As she said, my name is Kevin. I have been here, like she said, over 20-something years. Started out my career with Aramark here with the School District of Beloit, sitting where you were sitting. A presentation was done. After that, I applied, and they hired me off of the school board to work for them. But I must pause right here to say I appreciate the passion that I had for serving the kids. But that passion was shared by one other person when I first started that kind of worked side by side with me and is glad to be back home, Purple Pride. And that person is Dawn Smith. She's been working with me for over 20-something years. She was with me when I started, and it's just good to be back partnering with her again. And then I need to pause here and say thank you to the School District of Beloit and to the board for your 25 years of partnership. We do not take that for granted, and we do not take that lightly because we know it's a tough job, and we greatly appreciate your support and your partnership throughout the years. Next slide, please. So as any director that knows their strength and their good qualities, you cannot do this by yourself. So coming to Beloit and getting acclimated to this wonderful district that I graduated from in 1981, I have been blessed to be with a group of assistant directors, Mr. Jeb Warner and Mrs. Holly Goodwin. They're sitting right there. They are helping me get acclimated to the district and doing an outstanding job assisting me in their roles as assistant food service directors. And I am so glad to have them on my team and be part of their team. Next slide, please. The other thing is we cannot do it without our staff. We cannot be at every school every single day to do what we do, so we kudos to our staff who are doing this every single day. And to steal a line from Board Member Amy Levy, we turn the schools over to them and we allow them to be great. So I want to thank them for everything that they do each and every day. Next slide.
This is just a quick message from our president. It's going to read a little bit. A pledge to the imagined partner you expect by forging deeper and new connections with students, staff, and families to build strong communities. This is really how we feel about our students at the School District of Beloit, and we are here to serve them. Aramark has a hospitality culture, right? We want students to walk in the cafeteria and go, wow. and I'm excited about our next chapter together, and we're excited to talk about the year that we've had. Just a quick regulation update. We are back to normal service after we're post-COVID. So we are back to sodium restrictions and whole grain restrictions, making sure that we're following all the tenets of the USDA National School Lunch Program. This means that we have meals that are full of fresh fruits and vegetables, and they're following all the USDA guidelines for the National School Breakfast and National School Lunch Program. So we continue to update our recipes to make sure that we are meeting the new standards.
Okay, culinary innovators. Next slide, please, after that.
Oh, totally me.
Totally you.
Excuse me. These are some of our promotions that we are running over the next few months. So Aramark is aware that we need to make school lunch fun every day. So these are some promotions that we have monthly. They celebrate food holidays and also just introduce students to new flavors and give us an opportunity to try new menu items and see how they perform within the School District of Beloit. If they are a hit, you will see them again. If they are not, you will not see them again.
Keep going. Thank you. So what other things that we are doing here in the School District of Beloit as our partners, we implemented a hiring starting wage through the strong partnership with the school district. Another thing that we have for our employees, we have a program where we call it daily pay, that they can actually get paid on the day that they work, and that money is actually taken out of their check at a later time. But each day that they work, they can go online and receive their money on that day, and that helps out for people who may need the immediate income. So we are glad to offer that. We're also spotlighting additional programs such as the food trucks to show that there is more than just school lunch and not school food. We also are unveiling Aramark's Frontline Education Program, where our frontline staff can get college credits. And then we also are partnering with the Blender Cafe in the library, where we're working with them. They're hiring students. They right now have a student that used to be in school, but they have graduated. But as of tonight, before the board meeting, I was informed that we do have a student that will apply, that wants to work at the Blender Cafe to carry out that theme and that message that was set up. Okay, keep on going. Keep going past that. So imaginative partners. So one of the things that we did, we have a new marketing program that we targeted for 6th to 8th grade students, and it's called the Lunch Pad. So right now, what we did is implemented this at Fruzen Elementary School, Fruzen Intermediate School. I apologize. So if you were to go out there, you would actually see what we've completed out there, and I have some pictures here to show you exactly what Fruzen looks like. So just scroll on down, please. So this is Fruzen Intermediate School. So this is actually photos taken from Fruzen to what the new program looks like. You can see the food line, and you can see different signage that we have up there. And this is good for students. And talking with Holly when it went into effect, she said the principal announced it to the students before they went to lunch that there's something new and exciting in the cafeteria. And it showed when the students showed in there how excited they were to be inside this cafeteria, this new environment, and it just makes them feel good. So we're going to continue to do things like that as we move the program forward. So the next couple of slides, these are actual slides from your district that I took at the high school and in elementary schools. So as board members, you may get the question, what does the food really look like in the schools? Well, this is what it looks like. These are actual pictures from your district. And we just want to thank, once again, our staff for doing an outstanding job to make sure that the food looks good, each and every line for the kids that go through there. And this is just a few more pictures that we, because I feel it's important to show you what we look like. So then also, since we're not only in food service, we do stuff outside the traditional cafeteria, as we talked about with the food trucks. So one of the questions you may get is, I know that there's district food trucks, but how come Earmark's employees are always on there? That shows a great partnership that we have. So we drive the trucks, we serve the food off the trucks. And another reason why we do that is because we know the equipment. So we want to make sure that the investment that the school district makes is protected by people who have been trained on it to use the equipment. So that's one of the reasons why you may see the Earmark employees working on it, even though they're district trucks, but that shows a great partnership that we have. We also, as we talked about, the district, you implemented free soup, and that's going around to every school that, that have soup. The kids actually love it. I'm a fan of the chili and the chicken noodle soup, so I want to thank you for that as well. The other things that we do is we do outside catering. We partner with the district. This is the Martin Luther King breakfast that we did this year for over 400 people in the community. We partnered with the district there. Michelle Nora from McNeil, her and her sister put it on, and Earmark helped her carry it out. So that just goes to show you the strong partnership that we continue to have with the district. So engaging in the community, some of the things that we participated in, you will see we participated in the coalition of churches. Actually, the district was contacted. They actually provided the hot dogs and the ice cream. And once again, Earmark was there as a partner to drive the food trucks and also cook the food and help distribute the food. And we want to thank all the district employees that was involved in that. I know somebody in here drove the truck, and we greatly appreciate that as well. And it was a good day for ice cream. And then we also participated in the Memorial Day Parade. Next slide, please. That's you.
Of course, always our goal is to drive participation of our students in these programs. We know that healthy meals makes better students, right? So one of our focuses is always breakfast solutions. We find that typically when you have low participation at breakfast, which we don't, we have good participation at breakfast, it's really an access issue, or students don't necessarily want to come to the cafeteria because that might not be cool. So we have a bunch of different breakfast solutions, and we offer all of these in the school district of Beloit. So for our elementaries, we have breakfast in the classroom, and we really see that this drives participation in those programs because students don't have to make their way down to the cafeteria and then make their way down to class. All of that's taken care of in the classroom by our wonderful teachers that help us out to execute breakfast in the classroom. We also have mobile cart solutions, so we have these in your intermediate schools, again, to bring breakfast to the students versus the students coming to us. And then also breakfast in the cafe is still an option, which is our current model in our high schools. We would love to see some other options, and we thought maybe we could possibly use the food truck as a possibility for breakfast outside of the school, as we know that our students are waiting outside for the bell to ring. And then, of course, at lunch, right, we have lots of students coming in all at once. And so the biggest things that we can do is, one, make that a retail environment, right? It doesn't need to be the same old cafeteria that you and I grew up with. It can be fresh and flavorful and exhibit global flavors and add variety every day. So we really want to make sure that that's a retail environment, that it reflects what we're seeing in the outside world. In addition, we really know that these students might have just 20 minutes or so to have lunch and then get off to class. So speed of service is something that we're always looking at to improve our wait times. Students aren't waiting in line, students aren't waiting at the register, to get those students through faster. So we'll design our programs and our cafeterias to be both convenient with grab-and-go solutions, but also have stations where students can customize, because we know that students really like both of those options, the customization as well as the quick service.
And before we go to questions as we close, I just want to say one thing, that I had the opportunity of meeting Dr. Garrison, sitting down and having a talk with him, and he was sharing with his vision for the students here in Beloit. And that was one of the reasons, another reason why I decided to come back here to be part of that vision and helping moving the students forward. But I can honestly say that in over the 20 years of working with Earmark, I have never woke up in the morning and said, I don't want to go to work. That shows you how much I love this job. And the reason I love it is because I have a passion for the students. I have a passion to make sure that students are being fed. And my mission here is to make sure we're doing all that we can to make that happen. I've been here a little over 2 weeks. I've already been out to every school. I've met all the principals. I've met the entire staff. I've already held meetings and trainings with our staff because I'm dedicated to this work. I am dedicated to the students of this district and any district that I work in. I am dedicated to make sure that they go home from the school district, whatever it is, saying we had nutritious meals and I had a good day because I had a meal. So with that, we want to open it up for any questions you may have.
Board members?
I have a couple of shout outs. I want to just thank you because I have to we have so much Todd stuff going on here tonight. So I have to lift up Mary Ellen Fuentes for teaching me that bringing students breakfast and meals in classrooms is a really important part of a trauma-informed approach to serving our kids. And so I just want to thank you for providing services to accommodate that. Also, my 5th grader is obsessed with your French fries. So, some anecdote, I hear about those how was school? The fries were so good. I traded for fries. And also when I make my kids lunch, they don't eat it. They eat your lunch instead. So all good things.
And we're so proud of that. Too. So, just to piggyback on that, I was at Hackett today. I had to read there, and one of my missions was I asked the students that I was reading a book to, what is your favorite food for lunch? Cheeseburgers, tacos, pizza. So any chance I get when I'm in front of a student, I'm asking them, what do you like to eat for lunch? Because as Jenny said, if it's not good, we don't want to serve it because we want to make sure kids are eating. Any other questions?
Just memories of school lunches in the past. My mind is.
If not, thank you for your time, and we look forward to continue partnership.
There is a Board Member Levy. You have a question?
Yeah.
Thank you. Not a question, but just a comment. Thank you for highlighting which pictures were actually from our districts and buildings, because I know in the past, school lunches have not looked like the pictures that were provided in the presentations. So I am happy to hear that those later photos in the presentation were actually from our building.
Thank you very much.
Board.
Thank you.
I would like to say, first of all, thank you so much for your dedication to the school district of Beloit, and of course, coming back and serving in this capacity. I know a lot of times we talk about serving and what that actually means, and then, of course, you've had your journey, and to see that the roles point back to the school district of Beloit, where you've already have established yourself, is a very positive opportunity for me to continue to work with the food services department under your leadership as the director. Again, I would like to say thank you so much for, again, coming back. That is our goal, is to get our school district employees to come back to our wonderful school district. My vision has been always very clear, and hopefully it'll be, something that people want to attach to moving forward. Again, thank you for your service.
No problem. And as you'll find out not that you're ever going to leave, but once you're a Purple Knight, you're always a Purple Knight. So just remember that. This is the reason I'm wearing my purple tie tonight. So thank you.
All right. We are now to 6B, reconfiguration presentation, grade bands. But before we begin that, we do need to make a motion for us to go into closed session to receive legal advice concerning this item before we take action and hear the presentation.
I move that we convene into closed session.
Is there a second?
Second.
I have a
Okay, Board Member Levy.
Thank you. Is the closed session referring to the grade bands or a different item on the agenda?
There is legal advisement about the subject matter that we're getting ready to get into in open session, but we need to receive a closed session briefing from our attorney first.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Okay. It's been moved by Board Member Miller, seconded by Board Member Greg Schneider. Is there any discussion? Okay, hearing none. Mr. Shope, can you give us a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Megan Miller,
Aye.
Spencer Anderson,
Aye.
Brian Anderson,
Aye.
Greg Schneider,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Aye.
Sean Levy.
Aye. All right.
Motion carried unanimously.
Okay, so we'll be coming back. We have to receive advisement, and then we'll come back to handle this item in open session. Take us a couple minutes here. Okay, we have reconvened. Board Member Anderson and Levy, are you on? Okay, I can see you.
Sam?
All right, and all of us that are in the boardroom are present. Okay, 6B, reconfiguration presentation grade bands.
So as I started this conversation 2 weeks ago, not just 2 weeks ago, at the board level, of course, on February 7th, I did a presentation in which I went through some of the data as pertains to where we are as a school district in our reconfiguration conversation. I will give a very high-level overview of this same conversation, and along with some of the additional conversations that I had over last week as well. Real quick, naturally, the background is the background. We have had this conversation starting since 2012, 2013 with our current configuration. Our current configuration we went to with many different reasons, and again, we landed at a 4K to 3rd grade, so a 4th grade through 8th grade, 9th through 12th grade conversation back in 2012. That configuration picked up really in 2013, 2014, where those conversations really started happening in our district, and we started to, of course, move in that direction. We've been in this current configuration as it stands for a little over 9 years. One could say 10 years as well, but 9 or 10 years. I don't want to be specific with that thought. Continue with the background information. We started having conversations around our displeasure with the current configuration, again, back in 2017, 2018. So this is not a new conversation for the school district of Beloit. I'm just picking up from where some of the conversations had already been. When we made the shift to this conversation, it was based off a lot of different factors, some of which I cannot necessarily speak to. But what was a consistent conversation in this conversation is we didn't want to remain in this current configuration. And again, those conversations picked up again about 5 or 6 years later, again in 2017, 18. Naturally, a lot of things happened after that. We all don't know what happened in 1920 with COVID. And then, of course, we fast forward to where we are now. And we didn't make the shift to, continuing the reconfiguration conversation from which, again, started back in 2017, 18. Where we are now, it's very important that we not forget that there's a lot of different things that has happened since the 2017-18 school year. And one of the things is that we have had a lot of enrollment conversations, some student achievement conversations, some declining enrollment conversation. Staffing has also been a major conversation with us. And fiscal responsibility is also within these contexts over these next, again, expanding from 2017, 18 to where we are now. And what you will start seeing, if I am able to kind of fly through this part of the presentation, is that we have started this conversation again. When I arrived here in December 2022, I have already put it in the atmosphere that we were needing to have this conversation about reconfiguration. I quickly started to have conversations with not only the community members, but members of our community, but not only the school district, I should say, but also members of our community, which prompted me to put out a survey just to see where people were at. Overwhelmingly, that survey yielded a lot of different conversations. But before I go there, I also wanted just to make sure that we all are very keen to understanding that we've had declining enrollment for quite some time. So if you look at that 2016-17 year, the next year we start having more conversations around our current configuration, and then 18, 19, 19, 20, 2020, all the way to 2022, 2023, you've seen a declining enrollment in this current configuration. You've also seen an open enrollment conversation that is very when you're thinking about, let me just slow down. When you're thinking about open enrollment, that's a very important conversation, because what's happening with open enrollment is the students that we currently have in our district have started to choose to go somewhere else, and that's the red bar. We have had some students that have decided to come back to us. That's the blue bar. But what you've seen is decline in the blue and an increase in the red. And that's something that we do not, as a school district, that's something that we want to flip, right? We want to flip that. This was a conversation that we had as well. I will have Mrs. Beavers explain this slide just so that everyone can understand what this slide really means again. But this was also a conversation that came up in comments today. It's very important to note that we have had declining enrollment. Yes, we have, but our staff has had a different conversation, and I'll have Mrs. Beavers explain the slide.
So the blue bar represents the maximum capacity in buildings of students. So based on our current teaching staff, the blue bar would show how many students we can hold in buildings based off of policy in regards to class size. The red bar is where we are currently sitting with student enrollment.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Board member, we can take your question now.
Board Member Levy?
Thank you so much, and it's brief. It may be a good idea to rename the side of the slide to capacity versus actual. So that way, if this slide is used again in a presentation, it may be more the message we want to send.
Duly noted. Thank you, Board Member Levy. As I continue to have this conversation, one of the things I want to do is a lot of times people see a snapshot of over time, but also want to give a snapshot of right now. And so what you see right now as it pertains to open enrollment, you will see that the current 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade bands is a high number of open enrollment out, followed closely by our high school open enrollment out, and then of course in our lower levels, and extends to a little bit lower in our middle school levels. And so one could look at this slide and see that right around the 3rd grade, we start having that serious conversation of more students leaving our buildings for various different reasons. So that brings us to our configuration survey that was done. And one of the things that I have talked about was I put this survey out 1 week in, and 1 week into my tenure of superintendent. And we had close to almost 2,000 or so respondents. That's a statistically significant snapshot within a week's time frame. So overwhelmingly, our parents and participants did participate in this conversation. No, it was not everyone, but it's still something that we need to note. Naturally, the survey gave us different opportunities here, and I'm not going to read the percentages, but yellow is staff members, red is parents and guardians, blue is students, and of course, green is community members. This conversation here is very important because the question is, how satisfied are you with our current school configuration? And over 49.9% of the people who took the survey were dissatisfied with our current configuration. That is a very large number, and that is not what we want to represent in our school district as something that we should definitely listen to this slide. My goal is to have our students come back and be Purple Knights in our community moving forward. And when you have such a large number of dissatisfied in this conversation, based off of this survey, that's something that we need to take note of. I thought you were going to say something, sorry. Okay. Then we had a conversation, what configuration would you like to kind of look at based off of the survey results? 45% would like to move back to I like to say more of a traditional setting, 4K through 5th grade, 6th through 8th grade, 9th through 12th. That is the same conversation, that is the same configuration that you will see mostly throughout Rock County, across the street, and of course down the street, let's say it like that. The next configuration will be the K3, K4 Learning Center, where we will separate the K3 and K4 groups and then have a kindergarten through 5th grade, intermediate school, 6th through 8th, and then of course high school. And then the green level section would be continue with the K3, K4 Learning Center, elementary school being kindergarten through 4th grade, intermediate would start 5th through 8th grade, and then of course high school. What did the data tell us? Of course, the data told us a lot of different things. This was similar to the previous conversation, but I'll just hit on one, that our enrollment by school has drastically decreased. The data has shown that consistently over time. Open enrollment out has been a major factor and noted change during the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, as shown in the data. Again, I won't read all of these to you because this is the similar presentation from last. I did add one bullet point that I'll get to here in a second. Data trends continued. As we continue to explore the conversation, other data factors contribute to the needed change of reconfiguration, which includes enrollment data, future trends, weekly trends, 3rd Friday count 2023, school building capacity numbers, and DPI predicted future decline in enrollment. So the next few slides, you will see a snapshot of these next opportunities. Here's the school district trends. DPI puts out a nice configuration for us to kind of calculate, gives us a calculation of where we're supposed to be moving forward. And so if you pay attention to I know you probably can't see it, but this last bar here, that's our projected numbers for next year. And even in next year, we're projected to go down in enrollment. And so eventually, like I stated in the last conversation, I would hope that this will plateau as your school superintendent. It's not my dreams or hopes that we continue to go down in our enrollment. Enrollment drives a lot in every school district. And it's very important to note that where we are right now is where we are right now, but it is still projected that we may lose even more students next year. Then this next slide here, and again, I'm just gonna really quick just give you a snapshot. The biggest decline in area was in our 4th through 8th grade band setup at the tune of 28%. We did have some early learning decline as well. It's kind of hard to determine where parents will send their kids in 3K and 4K. However, the biggest area after that was in our, was in our 4th through 8th grade band. This is very important to note that our building capacities are something that we have to consider in this conversation, in our conversations with both the committee members and both advisory conversations to the superintendent. This was very important that we take a hard look at. The first role that you see, let's just giving you Converse as an example, you see Converse could have up to 462 students, up to 600 students. And one could ask, what's the difference between the ranges? The 462 was given to us back in 2012, 2013, where when we were up under a grade band set up under SAGE, where we really working towards 15 or so students in every classroom. The 600 grade band, the 600 number was given to us in the 2017, 2018 conversations, where we asked to increase those numbers into the classrooms. So basically, we have a range of numbers in which our buildings could hold. Regardless, in this next slide, what you will see is our actual numbers. And so I'm just using Converse as an example, not that I'm picking on Converse or anything like that. You see 316 students that are currently enrolled into Converse, but technically they can hold up to as low as 462 students, up to 600 students. And that's with a range of different student populations of 15 or more up to 30 students if you're looking at the 600 number, okay? And so one could argue that, again, our buildings do have the capacity, based off of the data, not Willie Garrison, based off of the data, that we do have the capacity to move more students into our buildings. This was a snapshot that was taken from just a current enrollment conversation, because a lot of times you can show historical data, but people also need to sometimes just slow down and take a look at what's currently happening. Now, I'm trying to move through this as fast as I possibly can, but I also want to make sure you have the context. And I won't say that again because I said it like 3 times. This is a snapshot I've as of 1/12/23. And just take a look at that number right there. It says 5,289 students, right? 5,289 students total in our school district, all right? If you just snap to the next slide, this is a snapshot of 1/25/2023. Now you see that our numbers went from 5,289 to 5,264. Naturally, there was a decrease, all right? There was a decrease in students. Our students are coming, parents are deciding that they may want to move to a different state or move to a different area. And so our enrollment is very fluctuating. But what's consistent is we've still had the declining enrollment conversation. And so all things remaining true, we will eventually plateau. I want to make sure that's very clearly stated. We will eventually plateau. And then from there, I truly believe that we will start that incline back, and our Purple Knights will want to remain here in our school districts from the great things that we want to start doing and are already doing moving forward. So naturally, a committee was put together, or just, and I'm keeping it the same because this is what it was called. The Reconfiguration Steering Committee's job was to just give information, was to hear information from administration, and then I would listen to their input back, okay? That was a very important thought that I really wanted to bring into the conversation, and now over the past 6 conversations, this has happened. I didn't change the presentation from the last time to this time, but now we can say this has happened into almost 3 months of conversations. The guiding principles are as stands. We wanted to improve academic outcomes with a focus on configuration in which we could be ready to move towards on or before August 15th, with September 5th being the first day back for students. We wanted to maximize school capacity. We wanted to provide academic programming that best supports vertical alignment, students, and staffing needs. And we also wanted to maintain fiscal responsibility and sustainability. Those were our guiding principles in our conversations over both groups. Now, it's very important to note that typically in this conversation, there would be maybe someone from the outside coming in having these conversations, okay? Typically, that was what would happen. Me coming in, I wanted to make sure that as the new superintendent and or chief service coordinator, that I wanted to make sure that my foot was solely in the ground and having the conversations with the community and with different people as it pertains to our reconfigurations. That is the reason why I decided to help lead this conversation and make it the administration's recommendation as I continue through the presentation. Again, I did not look outwards to pull in somebody. I wanted this to be a Beloit conversation. And that was very important to me. Against maybe popular beliefs, I really wanted this to be a Beloit conversation with Beloit context. As a snapshots, again, we, of course, had a lot of different conversations. I'm not going to go through every presentation, but overall, when we look at the 6 conversations, here's some of the snapshots that have followed. Throughout multiple conversations and data presentation, the RSC team supported reconfiguration with the most of the support going towards the K3, K4, Learning Center, K5, 6, 8, 9, 12 reconfiguration, followed by a traditional grade band setup of K4 through 5th grade, 6 through 9th grade, and then 9th through 12th. In addition, I had additional conversations conducted last week. The traditional grade band was discussed most with the group. It was discussed that both grade band setups could benefit our district. However, our guiding principles will remain our focus. And so, not to leave anything out of the conversation, both configurations were discussed. One that was, I hate to say left off, but was third in a lot of the conversations was the K4 through 5th grade conversation. I'm sorry. K3, K4 Learning Center, followed closely by our kindergarten through our 4th grade conversation, then 5th through 8. That conversation was not the most supported, with these 2 configurations being the most supported. One could argue that another conversation that we had was looking at our 4K enrollment trends. This is very important to note because 4K enrollment trends is very fluctuating. We don't necessarily always know how many students we're going to get in this conversation, but this is a very important conversation because if you look, you see that red line there, you see that steady decline. That's our projected, right? But the blue line is actually what actually happened here in the district. And as you can tell, we've consistently have dropped down over the years in our 4K enrollment. I did have a conversation with the health department, as I stated last week, that we have about 585 births in our city, and one could argue about of those 585 students, if they stay with us until 4th grade, that we'll end up with around 303 of them. My goal is that those 585 births that happens in the school district of Beloit will return back to the school district of Beloit. That is my goal, is to see a healthy number of students return back to our 4K programming as is a very important number to look at from a projected 12 conversation. Because if those 585 stay with us over the 14 years, you will see a plus 7,000 school district back to where we were in the previous years. That makes sense? Okay. And so it's important that I kind of bring us back to this conversation. I've noted that 45% of our families would prefer to return back to a 4K to 5th grade conversation, followed by 37% with the learning centers, and of course, the K3, K4, 5th through 8th grade was our lowest with 17.6%. I also wanted just to bring into the conversation that naturally, regardless of where we go, this is also an important conversation. This was something that was had in the committee conversations. Excuse me, is that our current 5th, 6th, and 7th graders, which will be 6th, 7th, and 8th graders next year in a school building, if things were to shift backwards to shift to a traditional system, our middle schools will be impacted by this change, where you will see 251 students in Cunningham, 275 students in McNeil, 236 in Aldrich, and 285 in Fruzen, with 22 being virtual. And so I did not want to leave that conversation out of the many committee conversations that we've had now, because that was a conversation that needed to be had. If any of these configurations move forward, what would be the impact? The impact would happen in our middle schools. I also wanted to bring in the school capacities of the middle schools just because of this slide. And so, not to pick on any one school, but Aldrich could hold up to 880 students to 1,300 students, similar to the slide that I showed you with all the elementary once before. Currently, Aldrich, if everything moves forward, could end up with 236 students in it, okay, if the impact changes, which again is a part of the reconfiguration conversation. That is part of why I wanted to, again, have my feet on the ground, talking with many different peoples about this impact and what changes this could bring. So where are we going? As stated, I took in a lot of different considerations, and this is where we still are for the 2023-2024 school year, based on the preponderance of data presented to district administrator and administration. With consideration of parents, families, community members, and staff, recommends a reconfiguration change to a K4 to 5th grade elementary, 6th through 8th grade middle school, and 9th through 12th grade high school grade bands. This all aligns with our strategic plan that's been duly noted in many of our conversations, and I will pause for any conversations from the board. This is the administration's recommendation at this time.
Board members, questions? We'll start with Board Member Levy. You have your hand raised.
Thank you. Dr. Garrison, could you speak to the impact of Seesaw with the reconfiguration and how it may be unavoidable? It's just a decision of whether it would be vertically or horizontal.
Board Member Levy, I'm so sorry. Can you repeat your question? I missed the first part of it.
Yeah, no problem at all. So the last meeting we had a discussion about the reconfiguration, and one of the concerns was student seesawing. So if you could just walk us through that briefly, and how with the proposed reconfiguration that may not be avoidable. It's just a matter of if that seesawing is vertical, so going back to a previous building and then coming back to the building that you're currently at, or if it's horizontal, because of shifting buildings, you may be with the same grade band but in a different building and then coming back. So if you could speak to that, that would be helpful.
Thank you, Board Member Lee, for your question. And yes, that was a consideration, and it was also discussed in our committee as well. When you look at the 17% conversation, that was also the most disliked conversation, which would possibly keep our 4th graders in our building with 5th graders starting middle school. I want to just bring note to that. But to your specific question, yes, that is true. Whenever we're looking at my current recommendation, which is to shift backwards, to shift to a traditional setting, that we have to come to grips with our declining enrollment. That's number one. Since we've had this declining enrollment over the many years, our buildings now are with less students, K-12. Okay, that's number one. With that being stated, the seesaw that would naturally happen, I'd like to say seesaw, but the returning to their buildings would happen both horizontally and vertically because of the impact of our middle schools. With our middle schools having such low numbers, school closures is a conversation that we would have to address in the next conversation based off of the board's decision for me to move forward. If we are to not have that conversation, then we are also looking at, I hate to say pushing the bigger conversation down the road, but we still have large buildings with no students in them. And then we will also still have to shift the staff regardless. There's going to be more to do in a little time. That's true. However, once our system is set back into a traditional setting, I truly believe that this is still the best configuration. With that being stated, I'm also looking at some of our parents who may not want their students to remain in the middle school, okay? And the seesaw is what they do want. That could be a possibility as well. And the reason why I share that is because we know that our current configuration, our parents were pulling our students out mostly in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade band spread. And if we can prevent that somehow, some way, by doing this reconfiguration, that's something that we have to take into consideration. So horizontally, yes, that's going to impact our students. Vertically, yes, because we are also talking about condensing our overall schools, and this will impact our middle schools as shown in the presentation. I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you.
Other board members, questions?
I'll just just building off, just because I want to bring into just the whole meeting, but Dr. Garrison was kind enough to meet with me previously because I also had a concern, right, about our 4th graders. And so one thing that I appreciated, because I guess like the perspective that I was bringing, having heard from some parents about the impact of their 4th graders going back to their elementary school and then going back again would be a lot of transition. And so like the concern that I brought up before was that's a lot of transition for a group of kids that is already kind of shouldering, having dealt with COVID and just like another impact. But I want to just appreciate Dr. Garrison's, what you just brought up alternatively, that you've also like heard from parents who, because of also for those same reasons, are more comfortable bringing their kids back to the elementary. So I do think it's like an issue to consider going forward, because like I think tonight what we're deciding on is like that high level piece, right? The grade bands, and there's some time to have some of those conversations. And I just, again, based on our previous conversation, I just want to bring publicly, like you were saying too, like you're continuing to have like meetings and getting feedback, right, from folks and kicking around different kind of scenarios. Do you want to speak to that a little bit?
So my recommendation tonight will be for us to move to K-4 to 5th grade elementary, 6th through 8th grade middle school, and 9th through 12th. Based off of the board's decision, that's what I will remain moving forward. So there won't be any additional conversations about the possibility of seesawing or not seesawing. We will make the transitions based off of this recommendation if the board moves forward with it.
All right, thank you.
Any other board members? Questions or comments? So now I'll just add. One, I think appreciate the presentation. I think one of the things that we've addressed and that people have to consider is that there is a need for change, and our situation is really driving that there's going to have to be a change. Like I said in the earlier comments, those of us that have lived in Beloit and even those that have worked in Beloit for a while have experienced and seen change. From the presentations that we received, we know that declining enrollment is projected to continue even past where we're at. And one of the things I say that as a board is, we're looking at different things, and this conversation is tied up with a lot of other conversations of our budget and our referenda, our response to concerns of parents about the learning environment, our concerns about student achievement. So there are going to be some changes. And one, our current situation with the numbers, it's dictating that. The thing that we're trying to do as a Board of Education is include our community in the conversation, project stability as we operate out of our strategic plan, and make these decisions in an open manner where all who want to contribute, because they're not just our schools, the 7 of us, it's our schools, all of us who live in Beloit. So those conversations are there. And sometimes I think as we've had this conversation, like I said, there are different times that if people want to be a part of the process, you have to come to the meetings. The meetings are posted, and that's the space to participate and have commentary. Facebook is another place where people express themselves, but that's not what moves what happens. You have to come to the board meeting, interact with board members, so that we can represent your thinking and our decision making. But the first place where we're at tonight, as Dr. Garrison has outlined, is he wants to identify first just the grade bands. Of course, we know that there are some other things that are coming, but that conversation of closure is one that happens after we identify what grade bands are we going to have. And then even when we get to the conversation about closure, we do have policy to guide that, but then which schools are closing will come after that. So we're kind of moving, we're trying to move ourselves step by step so there's opportunity for everyone to weigh in and have input and then make these decisions in an open space, because they're also tied along with many other steps that we're simultaneously taking. Along with our staffing, we're serving about 2,000 less students, all right? So in serving 2,000 less students, we have to adjust and address the size of our staff. And then likewise, from what I'm looking at, my quick math, I was a social studies teacher, but it looked like that when you presented that information on the middle schools, that really there's enough middle school students to put them all in one building. All right, so there's some different conversations that'll have to be had along the way. If citizens decide to do one thing in April, there could be this many schools. Citizens decide to do something else, well, it sounds like maybe there's one school, but we don't know. And those are the steps that we're trying to lay out as we make these decisions going forward. So for me, Dr. Garrison, like I said, as you've received input from others, you've tried to generate the conversation and give people a maximum level of input. And this is your recommendation to us tonight to take this first step in this direction. Okay. All right.
That's correct.
All right. Board members, other comments? All right. So then is there a motion?
Oh, my hand is raised.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't looking at the screen. Go ahead, Board Member Levy.
No worries. It happens. Just a quick question before we start discussing a motion. It's my understanding that we still do serve some students that are in 3K. So would it be appropriate for the motion to reflect not starting with 4K, but 3K through 5th, and then 6th through 8th and 9th through 12th?
Well, would the 3K students be in the same building as the 4K and 5? I don't know.
We currently, so thank you for your question, Board Member Levy. We do currently have some 3K programs in certain buildings, but not in all of our buildings, 3K programming. So that we could definitely say 3K through 5th grade, elementary, 6th to 8th grade, middle school, 9th through 12th.
Okay, and I just wanted to have that clarity, mainly because I know in one of the options that was proposed or discussed, there was that 3K, 4K center. So I just didn't want people to be confused and think that service to our 3K students would happen, I don't know, somewhere not listed.
Okay. All right. Is there a motion? Is board members crafting a motion?
I move to approve the reconfiguration of 3K to 5th grade, 6 to 8 and 9-12 buildings beginning for the 23-24 school year.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay. It's been moved by Board Member Greg Schneider, seconded by Board Member Amy Levy. Is there any discussion?
I just have one more point of clarification, and I am totally confident that this will happen, but just because I know that there are some folks who are concerned about our fourth graders, I just, at a later update, when we hear more about like the details of what this will look like, could we hear a little bit about what that transition plan might be like? Because I know that we have amazing principals who are going to do a great job preparing for those kids and meeting their needs, and so I just think it would be really helpful to hear about kind of like what that's going to look like. Sure. Is that cool? Okay.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All right, motion passes unanimously. We're taking our first steps there. All right. So Dr. Garrison, just kind of our next step is?
Thank you. So naturally, there's going to be next steps in this conversation. This was the first step. It's hard to talk about next steps without taking the first step, right? And so thank you, board, for allowing us to continue this conversation. Next steps will be fast moving. We will have a list of opportunities for the community to come out to different middle schools, because we know that this is where this is going to have impact. And so there will be 4 middle school conversations at the middle schools to talk about kind of where each middle school is based off of what you already see. And then, of course, I'll be honest with you, the possibilities of what each school could look like moving forward. And those possibilities will be listening sessions that I would like to hear from you. And then after that, there will be 3 additional meetings where I will lay out additional conversations as it pertains to what I've heard from the 4 and where I believe we should go based off of feedback from the community. Followed by the 8th meeting being at the board meeting, where I will make another recommendation to the board as it pertains to the possible school closures. As I've already stated, we will have to move to at least 2 middle schools based off of the preponderance of evidence that we currently have. Again, I've stated this before, and so I'm not, it's not a new conversation. This does impact our middle school numbers, and our middle schools cannot operate with 200 or so students in them with 1,000+ opportunities. And so we will move to a 2 middle school conversation, at least a 2 middle school conversation moving forward. So again, 4 conversations, starting the feedback opportunities where community members, it's open to anyone to come in here at each school, and then followed by 3 conversations where I will lay out possible recommendations based off of what I've heard, and then of course the final recommendation bringing to the board.
Okay. All right, thank you. Referenda information.
Thank you for the opportunity to present an update on the communications and marketing for the referendum. Teresa Martek's going to drive because I talk with my hands. First and foremost, I want to say Dr. Garrison gave a directive that the communication that is shared be concise, clear, and transparent. So following that directive, every bit of marketing and communications, any piece from a newsletter, banner to everything, is available to the website and available to all of you. I'm just going to highlight a few items, but know that you have this. You can download it from the website, share it any way you'd like to. So we do have a landing page, and it's on the district site under our district, but it's under every school site under our school. So if we click to that referendum page, there is a brief overview, and as you scroll down, there are several icons populated with lots of information. So the first one, we're going to stop. We're going to go a little back up. I have a question. If you have a question, you put it in there, it's shared. We're documenting those and they will appear on the FAQs. The second one is a video. I will have Teresa click on that. There are 7 videos that go from everything from explaining a mill rate, how it affects your taxes or not, what the first question is and second question. I thank Dr. Garrison, Mr. Duff, and Ms. Voisin for actually being took the time to work on those videos and get them uploaded. We also have a little bit longer overview one that I did the voiceover for. The next icon, we'll go down a little, thank you, is FAQs. That has lots of questions and answers, yes.
Don't want to interrupt you, but the videos, I saw it said there was a 1-minute video there. Can you play that?
Sure, we can go ahead and play that.
And you said that this can be shared also?
Oh, yes, we've actually started sharing them out, and you're going to be seeing them on Facebook on Thursday.
Okay.
So we have traditional media, social media, parent engagement, community engagement, lots of ways in which we're sharing.
My name is Lisa Voisin. I'm from Robert W. Baird. We are a financial firm headquartered in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We work with about 80% of the school districts in the state on debt issuance and referendums. I have been with Baird for almost 35 years and doing school finance during that time. A tax mill rate is used for 2 reasons. First, to calculate an estimated school tax on your tax bill, and second, to compare your particular school district to your neighbors or peers or other districts in the state. The tax mill rate for the school district of Beloit last year was $4.78. If you own a property with a fair market value of $100,000, your school tax would be $478. Next year, it is not going to change. It is estimated that your school tax will be, again, $478 for a $100,000 home. I encourage you to get out and vote. It's important for you to support the school district of Beloit and the students.
So you'll find some are a little longer or a little shorter. And again, those are all being shared out. The next icon is our FAQs, again, as a resource to all of you. Any question that comes in, updated, shared. I won't show that one. We'll move it along a little bit.
I know you're trying to move with speed and alacrity. However, so just a space, like in the FAQs, I think we have addressed this before in the various meetings, but like I said, sometimes it all gets jumbled. As a board, when we did this, we had an ad hoc referendum committee. We did understand that we're currently at 478, and if we did nothing, then it would go to 0. So taxpayers, it's possible that it would go to 0, or this is an important part of FAQ, and Mr. Duff, please.
Thank you. I'll have him come
forward,
up
right.
because
But I
he can
think,
share the
right,
dollar.
in the information part that's being shared, and like I said, all citizens have the opportunity to vote yes or no, and the information is being presented. But in that space of people understanding, are you increasing our taxes? Are our taxes staying the same if we did nothing? Because just that whole conversation, how is that addressed in the FAQ? Because there's, people can take pieces of truth and spin things differently. What's the understanding that we're creating there? Yeah. Okay.
Well, I was going to add, the aspect, Monica respond about how the FAQ thing works, but there is this concept that it'll go to 0. It wouldn't go to 0. It would be a little lower than the 478, but it would still be $2-3. But we still don't know what the state budget is going to be, what kind of state aid we're going to get. But it would not go to 0. You would still have a levy. It just would be different. So if nothing happens, it would be. You'd have a levy, but if it passes, the goal and intention is to be the same at 478.
Right. So a general statement is it's not 1010 anymore, because it already went down in some cases, like I said, 54%. But as a district, as we're trying to address our financial situation, by taking an action, we're trying to provide some stability and predictability about what it'll be, because if we do nothing, we don't know what it'll be. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Board President Levy. I appreciated that.
And thank you for the clarification.
I'm going to slow down a little bit then. So the
Let it breathe.
Thank you. The FAQs reflect questions that have come in, graphs and charts that are available. And to your point, paying off that debt did decrease our mill rate to 478. We then have a slide for in-person meetings. The advertising has also taken place at the Beloit Daily News and on radio and on social media. So rather than do a news release that would only allow us one day with all those dates and times, we're advertising 2 times a week, half-page ad, and we'll change the information we're sharing with them every week and a half. So working on getting those. And then we also have our virtual. So not only do individuals have the opportunity to attend an in-person, we have virtual meetings. The links are already put into the website and are being shared out with everyone. So you have an opportunity in person or virtually. One of the other things I want to mention, we're working with Tulio and Doralis, and we have a specific Todos Unidos in-person meeting to go over all this in Spanish, as well as the slide deck presentation is in Spanish. So I can show you a graphic of that. Perhaps I've also listed Dr. Garrison and his team are attending community board meetings, so lots of opportunities for us to share that message.
Yeah, could you put that slide? I'm looking at that right now.
Sure.
Thank you, just so folks at home can see. Thank you. Sorry.
So while these aren't open to the public because they are community board meetings, I just wanted to share with the public the opportunities that we're out and speaking. And those get updated weekly as new opportunities present. The next icon then is our communications, which is probably the most populated at this time. And this I would recommend to the board too. You can download any and all of these documents. We've put up graphs, the one you saw, what our school districts in our area charging for their mill rates on the tax form, flyers, slide deck, lots of information. Our historical mill rate is also shared on that communications page and available to all of you.
Rendering of that turf field.
And then we have our media, news media. What I've decided to do is all the ads that we're doing, all the radio spots, they're all uploaded here so people can listen to them here. We started all our radio advertising this week, right? Board Member Schneider's nodding. He must have heard 1 or 2 of our advertising explaining the referendum questions and the impact it would have for our district. Again, available to anyone. And then our last icon is podcasts. We're starting those next week. So just want to make sure that everything that is available and that we're doing is available on our website. And to Board President Levy's comment, I think a statement like that on the landing page would be very helpful. So you don't have to find it within the FAQs. It would be available. So look for that to be up this week.
Then I guess just one more question about the functionality. So you're saying that as a community member, if that was something that people wanted to post, like they're able to go to the website, take things, post them, share them, send to friends, family?
Right. Available to anyone, all of us. Correct. We have a direct mail piece that's going out on Friday, but that direct mail piece is also up under communication. So that will go to the 14,300 registered voters in the city of Beloit. But I think it's an important messaging for everyone to have access to.
All right. Other board members, any questions?
Okay, I have a couple of things. Sorry. Okay, first, I love that you have all of the pictures of the kids on here, because I think that, I think a point that Board President Levy was sort of making a moment ago, a lot of times, we get lost in our grown-up feelings about grown-up views, but really what this boils down to is this is an investment to sustain the work that we're already doing for our kids. So it's not like going to grab the next shiny object. It's please sustain the work we're doing for our students. And I also really appreciate the bar chart that you have comparing our mill rate, which is exceptionally low, to area mill rates. I think that's really helpful because all of this stuff does get to be very confusing. It just does. So thank you for that. And I mean, just the whole website and the presentation of all of it, it's just beautiful. So thank you so much for all that work that you've done and for making it bilingual and all of the things. This is all good stuff. Having said all that, I actually have a question for Mr. Bukema. Hey, sorry, I'm gonna bother you for 2 seconds because this is all amazing and I am just bursting at the seams to share away. If you could please clarify to me and my colleagues on the board, what is our lane that is legal and ethical that we need to stay in discussing the referendum? When am I allowed to be excited about it and take a position on it in public?
Yes, the referendum is informational. I advised the administration on day one. Dr. Garrison had a conversation with myself and with his team, and I said you can't take a formal position. You can't advocate. It's factual completely. And so even though you're a highly exuberant person, I would just say you have to remain factual in nature. Yeah. So you can transmit information as well. It's probably wiser for it to come from your staff or from other representatives of the district. So purely factual.
So one more point of clarification, and then I'm gonna let you be. So we've had, if there are district staff that share my exuberance and they want to talk to friends, family, neighbors, et cetera, what is their lane? I know certainly not during working hours, but if a staff member or somebody who works for the district wanted to publicly advocate, is that allowed at any point?
See, that's also, we can't advocate them to say, hey, go ahead and advocate. You know what I mean? I mean, we can't control people that have conversations, but again, publicly, if they're not representing the district, I would just say we should try to encourage people to just remain factual.
I really appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Mr. Bukema, I do have one other question. This is it kind of came from a different area, but I know there's that space of public employees and their freedom of speech, but in some capacities, their freedom of speech in relation to their employment.
Yeah.
There's a different space.
It is.
So I know you didn't fully plan to brief us on that this evening, but this topic kind of brings that to mind and as a concern that some people are aware of those things, some people are not, but you can give us a quick one now and we'll take something in depth later.
Yeah, see, an individual has the right to freely speak. Then you have to gauge that in conjunction with their role. You know what I mean? And you take a look at it, it's very obviously the board has a high profile role and so does the key top administration that does much of this work. Other individuals in the district, we're not asking them to advocate, and they may personally be a cheerleader for the district. And they also might say, I feel strongly that this is my opinion. I think it might be advisable for us to have a few talking points to make sure that we stay on the appropriate approach, because I know that's what the board and the district want. So I think it might be wise just to have a few of those key points to make sure the employees know that as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but yeah, I think that's something important for us to consider because this is a really big deal, and and highlighting all this great communication. I again want to thank you, and this is such a wonderful website. They're wonderful tools. I just want to make sure that people are making sure that we have a very ethical approach to how we're utilizing these tools.
Thank you, Board Member Miller. I would like to say that all the materials on there are informational. There's no direction to vote one way or another. It's simply sharing the facts, and they've been vetted prior to putting up the website. And I would like to say one other thing. I know I'm standing here presenting, but I work very closely with Maria Acevedo, so all credit due to our mighty but small team.
Well, thank you so much to your team.
I would like to say real quick before we conclude. There's people that don't have different opinions about our referenda and different sources where they can get that information from. One could easily argue you can find any narrative that you're looking for if you're looking for it. My narrative is we want you to go to our website to get the most factual information about where we are in this referendum conversation. And so I wanted to put that into the conversation and not leave that off the conversation. Again, we want to direct people to our website to get the information that they're looking for as it pertains to our referenda. It's enough information there where anyone can kind of get into what they're looking for. And then, of course, the first tab is, do you have a question? You can put your question right there. And I think that's very important to note. I also would be remiss if I didn't thank my team for working with me and getting all this work together behind the scenes, and of course Mrs. Christopa for her leadership and making sure that it not only get done behind the scenes but on forward facing on our website. This work does not happen in a vacuum, and I've shared that before. This work happens with people coming together with a common cause, working together, so that we can actually see product as such. It took us light years speed to get this together. The hours and the time frame that this takes should be noted. And the board, I want you all to note that as well, that again, time frame that we are working with, we believe we are better positioned because of this website even right now. And so please point people toward what we have already put together, and more information is to come. Thank you.
Yeah, I would add to that to thank the administration for the work. Like I say, kind of going back, it doesn't seem like it, but we hired Dr. Garrison, and he came in late November. We immediately moved into this ad hoc referendum conversation so we could share with our community, this is where the district is financially. And then for them to give us a recommendation, for us to consider that recommendation and still figure out with our budget what makes sense for us to do, take that vote, for the ballot to be able, for the issue to end up on the ballot on, we met that January 24th deadline, and it's still not over because, there has to be information provided. We know more now than we did in the beginning, but with the work that's being done, we're truly thankful for all that are involved. And like I said, and like Dr. Garrison said, come to the school district's webpage to hear the information directly from the district, because that's where we're telling the story of what we're doing. All right, so we're thankful for all of you and the work that you've put in. Thank you. It's a long one. It's a long one. I'm tired myself. Here we are. Our next item, 7A, Superintendent and Board Communications, Professional Development. And we have Drew Howick, our Board Development Coach, is with us. As we kind of transition to our table spaces that we're going to set up, it's just a reminder that as we it was our decision to engage as a board in this professional development. Even as we begin this at 9:23 p.m., the purpose of this work is so that we can have an effective relationship with 6 other board members and then our superintendent. Teams come together, and you just don't function or work well as a team by not doing anything. And we wanted to capitalize and be known as a board that is engaging in this work so that we are effective in the role that we play in the district and that we're not causing a hindrance to our district by anything that we do, but that we're helping the organization to perform better because we're better educated about what our role is. And so we'll make our transition here and we'll begin.
Testing. We can always just pass it too.
Should all have copies of
All right, we're getting ready to begin again. Let's see, Board Member Miller is going to join us. Spencer and Amy, if you all are there. All right, I'm going to pass the mic to Drew Howick, our Board Development Facilitator and Coach. And here we go.
Here we go. Great. So prior to this evening, I've had conversations, a couple of conversations with Dr. Garrison, Mr. Levy, and we identified 3 things that we wanted to do. I'm not sure it's realistic for us to do all 3 things tonight, starting at 9:30. But it seems like we do have an opportunity to do a couple things. The 3 things we identified is, 1, let's just make sure we're all regrounded on our collective commitments. And to that end, I'm going to just have a simple exercise of us reading them again and then asking the question, does anything need closer attention in the collective commitments? The second thing is that there is an interest that Dr. Garrison mentioned in particular about making sure that the communications processes and expectations between superintendent and the board are clear. And to that end, I suspect there are some things that are going well, and I suspect maybe there's some things that need some clarification. And so I'm going to ask that Dr. Garrison take the lead on that discussion of what seems to be going well, and then maybe some things that he or you want to make sure we're clear on in terms of that communications. You know, all the way into almost 100 days into the office, you have some opportunities to look at things that went swimmingly and otherwise. We'll just talk about that. The third item, which we really realistically won't have time to get into much detail, is the document called Roles and Responsibilities. If you recall, last April with your previous superintendent, we went through a series of 30 or so issues and situations, and we asked the question, who owns these? Who's the party that's most responsible for these? Is it the superintendent and his or her staff? Is it the board, or is it something that you want to have done together? And we completed that, and a spreadsheet was created with X's, but this is regarding different board and with a different superintendent. So it is possible, even likely, that maybe some of these are different with this group. And again, this is not a right or wrong type of deal. This is just being clear so that when these issues do come up, we know the game plan for that. My recommendation, and just talking with Sean here shortly before, is that we probably don't go into a whole lot of detail here, because each one of these could be a pretty significant conversation if it's different. But we at least set the stage for that, and that at a further session, we roll up our sleeves on some of these as well. We okay with that? Okay, great. So with regards to the collective commitments, this will be brief, I believe, but I'd like to suggest we just do a quick round on reading these like we did last time, and then we just open up the question, do any of these need closer attention based on where we are? So, Sean, would you like to begin with the first one?
Okay. if I need the mic, we'll pass it. Pass the mic. Board collective commitments updated April 12th, 2022. Number 1, student academic success and well-being is the primary focus of the board. We commit to providing necessary supports for the administration that center on high expectations for equitable student achievement for every child.
Thank you. We demonstrate professionalism and respect for other board members, the superintendent, and district staff by adhering to timelines and deadlines and adequately preparing for all meetings. Board members will be fully prepared for all meetings and ready to share ideas, discuss, and conduct business.
Number 3, we commit to respectful discourse on each item as needed to honor the individual voices of the board and lift up concerns we have heard from community members. We further commit to assuming positive intent. We commit to leaning into uncomfortable conversations that will produce growth.
All right, number 4, board members are clear on the decision they're being asked to make. We have on-topic, robust, and respectful discussion. We make the decision, and then each board member supports the decision of the board, even if it doesn't align with their personal vote.
Go ahead. Sure. The board commits to operate ethically by embracing accountability with integrity and transparency. We agree to approach district business with an open mind, and we acknowledge the positions may evolve based on new ideas or information.
Amy, would you like to read the next one?
You may or may not have them.
I would love to. No, I went to board docs and I pulled it up because in line with one of our previous agreements, we are always prepared. Number 6, board members should make appropriate arrangements with the administration to visit and spend time in school buildings. They should be approachable to the community and support innovative ways to increase family involvement.
I'm going to assume I'm number 7. Board development is a cornerstone of the school district of Beloit Board of Education practice. We use board development to help us focus on issues and determine our collective position. Development activities will be open to candidates as appropriate.
To number 7, as we talk about board development, which we are doing now. It's a cornerstone of the School District of Beloit Board of Education practice, and we use board development to help us focus on issues and determine our collective position. Development activities will be open to candidates as appropriate. So we'll need to discuss that also, but what we did last year when we decided to sit down at this table is we wanted to create a space that whoever is joining our board and in our current reality, there are 3 people who will be competing for 2 seats. So we may end up with 1 new board member or 2 new board members. Board Member Winfield is not running again. Board Member Levy is running again. But just like last time, we want to make sure that because we know change will happen, we were intentional to create a space that we're all from Beloit. We all care about our schools, and we have to sit down and work together. So even as we discuss, that'll be something that for you, myself, Dr. Garrison, we have to work in an appropriate way to create a space for our candidates to be able to participate in this board development because they may end up on the board. And we want to integrate them into a functional working body. And just kind of in reflection, I think that one of the things for me that was important is when board member Brian Anderson and Winfield came on, they shared that they felt welcome to our board. And that's what we want to do for all parties as we continue to work together to get this thing done. So I don't know if anybody else want to add to that or not.
Collective commitments that you would like to comment on, or if there's anything that in your experience might need a little more attention.
I don't want to be a Pollyanna, but I think we're think we're nailing it. I feel really confident, and I think we've been very flexible with each other. I think we've been good communicators. I think there's been a lot of very honest and also respectful transactions. So I feel good.
And I'd say we also call each other when we're not following these too. I mean, respectfully, right?
Oh,
but
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
so I'd say we do hold each other accountable to these. And,
Yeah.
And I think I'm glad when someone does, when they catch me on it too. Because that just makes it easier to work together over the long term.
Yeah.
I think the commitments have been very helpful in just rereading them and reminding ourselves as we work together how we are working together. And I think that really shows in how we as a board work together to move forward with the goals where we need to get to, and so that we continue to move forward.
Oh, Amy raised a hand.
Amy Levy raised hand.
Yes, Amy.
Oh, she's right in front.
Thank you. I would actually propose that we create a new norm, and it's around efficiency and what our desired end time will be for meetings. And I understand that sometimes we may have an exception to the rule where we're here a bit longer. But one of my lingering frustrations is that we meet twice a month, but we meet for a really, really long time twice a month. And I think we can do things to work together to become more efficient.
Okay. So you're proposing that might be an 8th collective commitment, some language around that desire?
Correct.
Okay. What process would you like to use to create that?
Well, so Dr. Garrison's got, I know you had mentioned this before, right, on our agenda, on board docs, there's the option to lay out. Granted, if there's a question or an unanticipated, right, board member Levy, I don't want to speak for you, but is that kind of what you're getting when things come up? Like sometimes there's a serious thing that needs to
You
be
went out in between. For me, just my perspective, I think that the issue with super meetings, I'll call them, is that we overstuff our agenda. And I understand that we have a lot of irons in the fire, and some of the things are time sensitive and unavoidable. But if we can make a commitment to streamlining meetings, I would really appreciate that.
Yeah, what I was agreed, and what I was saying is we have that feature in board docs that says this many times, right? Or these are the times for each item. And I think what you were saying a moment ago about sometimes things come up, sometimes there's an unanticipated thing that we need to untangle, but for the most part, we could kind of adhere to the time limits that we put on those agenda items, and that's an enforceable norm. We could write a norm with language around adhering to agenda item, time limits or something. Is that kind of what you're saying?
I think in theory that would be great, but if there are conversations that need to be had, then and I think realistically we're going to have those conversations. So I would go back to my previous point about overstacking our agenda. Right. Because if we have fewer items, we can have those robust conversations without running into the buzzer, so to speak, of, all right, we got to move on.
So I think when it comes to board meeting agendas, this is your meeting technically, right? And not technically, this is the board's meeting. And so however the board would like to, operate in this conversation, the board still has to govern itself. Now, overstacking the agenda, I think that's duly noted. I also think that when we look at our timeframes in which of our committee meetings, those also get into, I hate to say it, not necessarily into the way of us starting our regular board meeting at 7 o'clock. And so there's the gap of the human resources timeframe, which typically takes more than 30 minutes. And so I tried to move that back to 6 o'clock, but I thought that was a good compromise to try to move us into a 7 o'clock time frame and be done by 8:30. But also know that that's the time frame in which the board all has to get here. And so after, hearing that, I made the switch back to 6:30. And so I think we have to just be mindful that sometimes it's just us having to work through this time frame in an expeditious manner as possible, as much as possible, I should say.
I'll just say this and I'm done. HR is the only committee meeting that's dictated to start time and policy. So I'm not opposed to changing it, but we just would have to address that through policy. And two, and then I'm done, our long meetings are not the exception. It's every time we meet.
Right. So I'll add this to the conversation. One, the agenda setting is with the board president and the superintendent. So that's how the agendas come to be. Second, there is thought about what's on the agenda. And it's kind of like, for where we're at as an organization and the things that we need to do, like we are trying to eliminate things. As an example, it's 9:45, but if not for putting board development on the agenda and doing all the things that it takes to get to this table with Drew, we would not have the opportunity to have this conversation to talk about the work that we're doing. So there's just some parts that are going to take some time, but I understand the concern that you have. And I think, again, there's a couple ways that we could address this. When the agenda's posted, if there's feedback that, hey, that's just too many things, I don't think we can get through that, could we repost that? Could something come off? That is something that's a feedback that could happen. Secondly, we've been through a difficult time in the organization of being a board that has to hire a superintendent, have an ad hoc referendum committee, and we're doing a lot of different things that once we're stable and not in the critical period that we are, we wouldn't have as many meetings or as many things, but we're still kind of in that space. And then secondly, or third, fourth, fifth, it could be number 9 now, I don't know. I think that the structure of our meetings and how we had addressed them, that's one of the last things that we had did with Dan. But I think that what we have all experienced now is just like when we have an expulsion hearing, that's a special meeting and a separate meeting. But sometimes if we're going to address some HR things, it's going to require us to go into closed session. And if it's disciplinary, it could take longer. But that is kind of the structure we had built in. So we can examine adding a different structure to what we have, because sometimes that's what we do. We're creating efficient systems, is that we recognize that it's time to change our system because it's not working for one or all of us.
Okay. Anything else on that?
Just one last thing, professional development is important. It should not happen during a regular board meeting, because after we finish this important work, we still need to go into closed session.
When would it happen?
Well, something to consider, as I reflect on the other boards that I work in, their development, almost all of them, it's a specially dedicated session. It's not a part of an existing agenda. And I know that's another meeting and all those things that go with it, but you then have people with a mindset and a commitment to their development. And it's less about looking at watches and times of day and all that kind of thing. It's just, yeah, yeah. So it's something for you to ponder. That would be, I don't know if that's considered a best practice, but it's certainly a promising practice. I think there's just a different kind of qualitative discussion that happens then. So, yeah.
So where are we landing now? Because that's part of on the commitments. I like to be as clear as I'm sorry. I just want to make sure we're landing somewhere too. So that's part of my like thoughts as well. Like, so Mrs. Levy just put something on the table. Then let's say we move on from it, and then it's still out there, and I'm stuck with, okay, well, what are we doing? And so, is now the time to discuss hour-and-a-half board meetings? I'm just giving you an example, or is that a later time to discuss? When, and if so, when?
So like in the before times, before we had to Board President Levy's point, like a whole lineup of like huge heavy lifts all in a row. Like we did have, like that was the previous summer in our governance committee, which is when we restructured our meetings. It was part of bringing Mr. Howick in, or sorry, Norm's right. It's like bringing Drew in. We tried to like restructure how we did our agendas, and we hit for a while. We had like a little stretch of like we were wrapping up in a reasonable like time, but you know, also I hear what Board President Levy saying, we've had all these things. So, I mean, I think it would be maybe a good idea because it is 10 to 10, very much to Amy's point. Maybe that's at the next governance committee meeting, we could hash out some language, and the next time that Drew comes, maybe at a special meeting, that would be something we could consider. We'll already have a draft of that we could then maybe introduce into our norms. Would that work? Is that like in line with your thinking?
That's great.
Thanks.
Yeah, that was the original question I asked, but we didn't answer it. But thank you for bringing it up again, Dr. Garrison. I recommend you bring a draft new norm that captures all of these dimensions. There's a lot of pieces that could potentially mold that particular commitment. So,
yeah.
Is that helpful? Great. All right. Let's move then, if we could, to talk about the importance of clear and effective communications between the superintendent and the board. This is something that will vary with a new superintendent, with a new board, and it's great to have this done and addressed, or at least considered earlier than later in that relationship. So maybe Dr. Garrison could talk a little bit about his observations, what kind of things seem to be going well, maybe some questions that he has, and we can see how that goes.
I think what's going well, I'm going to start there first. I think what's going well with the board is that I've walked into a board that has been functioning to get things done. And there's a pace to change, and I truly understand that. The pace to change is oftentimes it takes time, right? And the board has been working very diligently to move some change forward. As Board President Levy has already stated, the many different things that you all have done prior to me coming is again duly noted. Now that I am here and I'm a part of the team, and again, thank you for allowing me to be a part of the team, I believe it's important to note that I'm looking at the commitments. It says, I'm looking at number 3 as an example. It says, we commit to respectful discourse on each item as needed to honor the individual voices of the board. But I would like to say the board and superintendent. And so I know these are the collective board commitments. But again, this is how you're going to operate yourselves, but I'm also a part of this conversation now. And so my goal is to make sure that I, adhere to your commitments, but I'm also a part of these commitments. And so if it's just amongst the board, respectful dialogue and communication, then somehow I'm left out of that thought based off of these commitments. And so when I was reviewing these in preparation for the conversation, naturally, I just wanted to make sure that we know that, these are the board collective commitments, but maybe we should have board and superintendent collective commitments as well. And I'm not trying to change anything or just make, our work even longer, but I'm a part of what we're doing. And naturally, my voice from a day-to-day conversations is, I'm here. I'm here a lot. And that is my job, right? And so I want to make sure that I'm moving forward the best way possible. Another communication thing that I think is very important for me is, I never want to make our board look bad. That's just me. I never want to make you all look bad in anything that I'm doing. So from a communications perspective, that is my goal. I don't want to make you all look bad. Now, I have a team that I work with, and they are getting used to operating with a board that is high functioning, right? That wants to do the right thing and ask the right questions at all times. But oftentimes that puts them on the spot. And so I'm asking that if you have questions about any of our board agenda items, as one of your commitment states, that, we share some of those questions beforehand so that we can prepare for those questions as best as we possibly can. That is something that every superintendent would ask, not just me. And Mr. Howard has been in many conversations around that thought. It also allows my team to also better prepare, because when we send the presentations to you all, but then we get all our questions at the board meeting, it's kind of hard sometimes just to think for people just to think on the spot around what you're thinking about or what may come up. So we try to prepare that way. But again, your questions are your questions. And when we get them on the board meeting night, it does take us a little more time to process the question and or come back with the response when we can actually have the response prepared for you if we get the questions beforehand. And so that's just a natural thought I want to bring to the table. That's a request ahead of time so that we can, get your questions answered. So that'll actually make our board meetings a little more efficient as well. And that you've already had your questions answered as best we possibly can. Naturally, there's going to always be questions that possibly come up. No one can take those questions away. But as you look at the presentations, it'd be very important for me that you all possibly send your questions in ahead of time. Now, I will be honest with you, when I put the request out, I get responses right back. And I'm just going to go ahead and say it. Mrs. Levy is the one who responds back when I say, hey, can you send me your questions before X amount of time? Okay? Mrs. Levy does that. Now, I'm not saying that the other people, well, I am saying other people don't. Well, that's what I'm putting on the table right now. Like, unless everything's just good, I won't know. And so, again, thank you, Mrs. Levy, for responding to when I put the request out there. However, that's when I put the request out. When I would put the request out, like saying, please respond to me by a blank time, right? If I need to do that to make sure everybody's on the same page moving forward, I will keep doing it. I will start doing that more often. But we got some big conversations coming up, and it'll help me tremendously, and my team, I should say, tremendously, to get these questions ahead of time so that we can better prepare a presentation, not just for you, but also for the public, because it is forward-facing. And those are my two biggest things, that I never want to make you all look bad. That's not my goal. But then could you please, if you can, get questions to me in advance, or I can put out a reminder to the board to get questions to me and my cabinet in advance. Lastly, I want to just put on there, my third thing, bless you. My third thing would be, if there is a disagreement that we are having, or that I'm having with an individual board member, or you're having with me, I would ask that, let's first to see if we can, discuss it one-on-one. If not, then we need to bring it to the bigger conversation so that we all can be on the same page. I just think that, I always say first, I'm easy. I want this to work. I know you all want it to work as well. And I think the more clear we are with each other's expectations moving forward, it helps me. Because this is a lot of stuff that I'm being asked to do that I want to do. I said I want to do it too, so, but I still need to have clear communication between what you all may be expecting and kind of where I am as well. So honoring where I am in the work is the big point. Like, I'm the one that's here doing the work with a team. And it's heavy lifting. And so honoring that is very important to me as well, moving forward.
Amy?
Thank you. So Dr. Garrison, thank you for sharing those comments. I believe that's like the reason that we're making room to have these discussions. I look at that as an if-then statement. and I get life happens and we are all busy. And I'll just speak for myself, and if other board members want to chime in, it is helpful for me if you and your team are mindful of the fact that this is you and your team's day job. This is not our day job. And I'm all for getting questions ahead of time, but we got to start posting before Friday then. Because especially during sports seasons and et cetera, a lot of us are busy with family, et cetera, on the weekend. And like, not to wag fingers, but one of the minutes that we were supposed to review was posted today. So I'm all for doing the thing that you're requesting, and I see the value behind it. But on the other end of that, there has to be a reasonable amount of time that board members have to review, process, develop questions, and then get them to you and your team.
I don't disagree. My goal has been to, post as early as Wednesdays. Naturally, that's a working opportunity between myself and the board president, because, like you said, we all got jobs, and it's not as easy as it sounds. So I agree with you, Mrs. Levy. Getting information to you all as quickly as possible is a part of it. However, let's just talk about today's conversation. There was 3 agenda items in a nutshell. Reconfiguration, wellness committee, Aramark conversation, and the presentation for the website. So those are the 3 agenda items. So the items that we're placing on the board, that I'm asking the board to review, is not like 50 agenda items. It's not like it's 12 agenda items. I still think what's out there is a possible reasonable snapshot to get back information as quickly as possible. So you're right, it is an if we can get some information closer to the time frame, but also work with me when you see that there's a short amount of agenda items to possibly respond to.
I have a suggestion. It is common that when boards put together their collective commitments, they actually call out the specific guidelines for when information should be available to board members, when questions should be submitted as a guideline, knowing that there may be exceptions because things do come up, but these are the expectations that will help shape those patterns. And once you start getting into the habit of this, like packet is always received by, I'm just making this up, Wednesday. Questions will be submitted to the office by Friday. Responses will be provided to all board members by Monday, et cetera, and just lay that all out. And if things happen, there's mea culpas every now and then, but after a while, this is the routine. This is how you do your business. So my suggestion, if I could, is that the governance committee not only maybe draft a norm on a number.
Sounds like that falls in
It could be an addendum or a separate one to there. That just is language you could work with, kind of work with that, massage it, and then bring it to the full group. That's my suggestion. Okay.
I would go from here. So kind of just following up, I kind of listed 4 things as I was summarizing what Dr. Garrison said. And I think one of the things that, and like I said, this is about a change in our approach. There's sometimes where it's been said, like, you've got board members, but sometimes the superintendent is almost like an 8th board member in a position of learning. And as we're sitting together at the table here, you've identified that, yes, these are the board collective commitments, but where in that space have we included our work with the superintendent? And just kind of out of like where these were developed from, it was that we've had situations where the board members were having issues with each other. And not that we're having issues, but they were developed so that we would not have issues. So now that we're in a healthy team and we're developing, we do need to address that part. Maybe it's just like when we're interacting, that these collective commitments will, jointly apply to the superintendent, or maybe we need to talk about some specific language for our work together. I think that the respectful communication and the not wanting to make each other look bad, or like I said, I definitely understand that on the spot in the prior questioning. And like I said, that there's a space as we work into a cadence with number 2, as we're developing the agendas, because that is the board president responsibility with the superintendent. I think in number 3, the disagreement part, that one of the things that as you go through, there's going to be conflict. So what does it take, and what does conflict resolution cycles look like for individuals, whether it's board member to board member, whether it's board member and superintendent? And like you said, as Dr. Garrison said, if 1-to-1, if things can be settled, or if it's 1-to-7, because there's the relationship that each of us has with each other, and then also too, there's the relationship that one individual board member has towards the superintendent that affects the relationship for the other 6 people also in our collective work. And at another time, I'll show you a diagram where I kind of have 2 triangles with their tops pointing together. And I do recognize that the superintendent is crossing that line of implementation, where they're dealing with the community and the board and dealing with the day-to-day operations. And so it is, as Dr. Garrison said, honoring where he is in the work. That's a different space. Like you said, we had conversations about referendum planning and getting things together. But as we saw today, the work has been carried out by the organization and those people. And it takes something to put presentations together and things on paper. And even as we were working in the ad hoc referendum process, the thought was like, well, I mean, it's only us, the people at the table, and then Dr. Garrison and the team. So there's things we got to put on, but there's only so much that we can get done at a certain pace too. So that's noted. And Board Member Levy, I see your hand is up.
Thank you. These are our board collective norms. Didn't we also have district norms that talked about our interaction with the superintendent and the cabinet?
I don't remember them. I don't remember.
I think like back in the day, do you remember how we had that whole packet of norms that I can't remember what they were. I think that's what you're thinking of. And that was an that was just like the one that had been kind of like rehashed that we decided to like start fresh. However, so now we've started fresh, and if there's a space, like I'm not an objection to doing that. I think that was like the one that had just been like recycled. You know what I mean? Drew found them.
I found something, it's called 2020 21 board norms.
Yeah.
They were put together, but if I recall in discussions with you, Megan, and Dan Keyser, that these were
Years and years old.
very old. They weren't worked through. There was some repetition. Right. So, and that's why we said, let's just start from scratch. And that's how the collective commitments came to be that you created. No. So under the topic of communications between superintendent and board, Dr. Garrison laid out some things that he's paying attention to and would like to see enhanced. Any observations board members have about that communications, and any suggestions any of you have in order to enhance that?
Not exactly. Oh, okay. So something that we kicked around a few years ago, and then I think COVID interrupted it. But Dr. Garrison, I'm curious what you and your team think about. Like we've sort of like talked about every year, and we've never done it. Is I think it would be really cool if like before the school year starts, we did like an admin board retreat. And just like had some pizza and chatted, and just as a way for us just to receive and not necessarily comment on, just like what are like, what is the vision for each of your team members, like your cabinet members, and like kind of where they're going, and then just do some kind of like team building to kind of bring our just to bring us closer together in terms of like understanding. Because like, for example, you know how you were just a little while ago saying like, sometimes it's hard in the moment for, you know, somebody who's presenting to us to kind of get into our brains, right, and wrap themselves around like where we're at and then respond to it. It can also be sometimes if we're not sure, like, like, you know, Brian had some really good questions about like policy stuff today. And it's like, if you're not sure, wait, where is this coming from? Like what, it's nice for us to get grounded in like where your team members are at. So we're not like caught out of left field. Like, well, why are we suddenly looking at like a $600,000 contract? Now I know from being on that committee, like, yep, this was presented, but that's like, there's only 3 of us on committees. And while the expectation is for us to be prepared, like also to Amy's point, we have day jobs and you can't always watch every YouTube video of every meeting and you can't attend every committee meeting, right? So I just feel like it would be important for us to enhance the quality of our conversation overall, to kind of like bring something like that into the culture of how we operate. Not because I'm being like, there's nothing that I'm being critical of here. I think like it would just cultivate more positive, more collaborative relationship. Cool.
So I was actually trying to pull up the presentation that I wanted to do with the board during our board retreat that I'm currently trying to plan for the 2023-2024 school year in July. And so I know I'm just pickling around that thought right now. Me and Mrs. Mortek had a conversation about this as well. I think in my previous school districts, we did that. And I'm like, okay, well, I asked her today, as a matter of fact, yesterday, is that something that the board here has done? Because we were just having a conversation. And she was like, not to her knowledge or whatnot. And so I have a presentation that I wanted to share with everybody, and we could just, of course, work through that with the team, with the board, and our own administrator and board retreat. And so that is something that I'm currently looking into for the 2023-2024 school year.
My birthday is July 1st. It's a Saturday. We should totally do it then.
Cake on your birthday.
Anything else? Thank you, Megan. Anything else other board members like to share with regards to communications that between the board and the superintendent? What seems to be working well, or quote opportunities?
I really appreciate the one-on-one meetings that we've had. It's that chance to get to know each other differently, in a different way, and just personally, so we get to talk a little personally. And it's a great way to share ideas and kind of here are the things that we're thinking, here's what's maybe coming up for the board later on. But those one-on-one conversations are really, really effective and great.
Great.
I really enjoy them.
Thank you, Greg. Good. Others?
I have to take my babysitter home in a little bit.
All right, so one of the outcomes of this is maybe a little more language around some of the timing of agendas, answers, questions, et cetera, so we get some clarity on that. Okay, good. Anything else, Dr. Garrison, on this topic? Okay, good. I heard you say you need to leave shortly, and
I'm going to call and still participate at the child care situation.
Yeah. I think the other thing then I would just like to tee up is this issues and situations that tend to come up when we call this the roles and responsibilities piece. And there was a document that was put together. I'm looking around. It looks like most people have it. It's not in my beautiful pink, but it's nonetheless there. And this was created last April with your previous superintendent. And as both Dr. Garrison and I and Sean Levy and I were talking, it is possible that some of these might benefit from revisiting. And it might be Dr. Garrison going, tell me about this one. Why did you guys do that? And you'll try to remember, right? And then you'll have a discussion around that, and then maybe the outcome is confirmed, makes sense, or, what if? And then it might shift. Perfectly normal and, in fact, healthy exercise for this to happen. So I just want to tee this up as, I think, a future discussion item and suggest that prior to that, we all look at it and maybe identify which ones of these might need a little clarification. You know, why did we say that? Because ...
Can I make in the spirit of what Amy shared, I want to make a quick suggestion. I think what I found most of value in that exercise was sitting at the table with Dr. Keyser and just like, okay, what do we think? And like kind of like line by line. I'm concerned that looking at the current document, because it was created with a different, no, not tonight, but I'm concerned with like starting with what we created with a different board and different superintendent is going to be counterproductive potentially and lead us down like a rabbit hole, like what was our prior thinking? Like, is it possible just start blank? And just kind of start, like, I don't know what other people think about that, but I would rather just like start fresh. And I don't really see like anything that we would revisit is going to come up anyway. And I'm just concerned that like it's going to become a distraction. Like, because I don't want anybody like who felt strongly, like, let's say I felt really strongly about like one of these and then we're having a discussion, well, that was stupid or so, you know, I mean, like it just seems like it's opening up unnecessary opportunities for conflict. And if maybe we just like start fresh, like maybe is better.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I think we talk about we have a different board, but we really don't. These two sheets of paper was my first board meeting, right? So we have the exact same board that we had when we created these. We have a new superintendent, right? But so I agree with having a fresh look. But I'd also say, well, then let's. We might have changed too over the time. Right, and that's true. But I think, boy, if we could do this as we schedule things, if this could be a post-election item, because what I'd hate to do is to do this a week before, because we know we're getting a new board member, right? So I'd hate to do this a week before, and then that person doesn't have the same level of buy-in.
Right. So that's
From a timing standpoint.
No, you're right. Well, somewhere in between. I mean, like I said, what we say is development activities will be open to candidates as appropriate. I think that, as we might have to figure out which activity is appropriate, and then understanding that when the team changes, the team changes. But I do think that just when we look at it, the only thing I would say is as far as a priority, and we're not going to do this tonight, but when I look at the issues and situations on the paper and just kind of think about some of our experiences, like the sooner that we're able to address, even talking through some issues or situations, I think that'll be helpful to Dr. Garrison and us in the work that we have going forward. Because if we can touch an issue or situation before it actually occurs, it would be better for the work, because we know the work is ongoing. But I do think there's a space again, that we need to figure out an opportunity, a development opportunity for our candidates, so they have an opportunity to interact and be welcomed into the work. I don't know if it might not be this one activity, or like you said, with a new person, we're going to have to visit something different with the new person anyway. We have to work that out.
So like building off that, and so like I'm not disagreeing. I want to bring in, but I just, because I'm not sure how I feel yet, so I'm going to share my thinking because I haven't landed yet. One piece of like why, like our why for working with Drew is to establish culture. And so when we bring new board members on, so the people who are running have never served before, right? So it's possible like we end up with 2 brand new board members, right? So when you knowing like this is your first year on, like it's a culture jump, right? It's not really something we've ever done before. I feel like it's useful to us to establish that culture as people who are knowledgeable board members and bring people into that culture, and it's something that can be re-examined. So like I'm not sure how I feel yet about where that lands. I also agree with Sean that like we're gonna maybe be proactive about over the next few weeks before the election, any future potential conflicts we could maybe prevent. But again, I want to chew on kind of where you're at too. I also think for the governance committee, like we did start last year, like a new board member onboarding thing. We have like some PowerPoint slides. I think that should probably go on our next governance committee agenda, is to just kind of tweak that up, because we are going to have at least one new board member. And so like we went from having like no orientation to like kind of an orientation to like at least something in writing orientation. And hopefully we can make that better this year too. All right, and then I'm going to get going, and I'll just jump on the phone. So thanks. I will. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks.
So it feels like we're at an appropriate ending spot on this, lest we go into this, and then that's a whole larger conversation. But I think we've committed to that process. I agree with Megan's suggestion that instead of going through each one, gee, why did we do that? We can almost repeat that conversation, and just for grins, it'd be interesting to compare and contrast. But that's more informational, I think.
And I just think to that conversation, like one of the things that we have talked about is, the 7 of us have developed as we've developed together. Dr. Garrison is coming. He has a body of practice and work that he's bringing. And then he's also falling into where we're at and what our practice is. But we haven't had an opportunity because we've all just been working since it all started. We're all running. Like he said, there's been no board superintendent retreat. That as we go through these issues, there's a space for him to say, well, this is how I've done it in the past. How are you guys doing this? Okay, what are we going to do with the gap that's in between the difference from how I've used to practice and how you're telling me you want certain things? And then there's even some issues that we might need to have Rob consult so he can draw a line for us in terms of legally, this is how much he should give you on this, and then you should go back. And that once those things are defined for us, that just kind of makes that part easier. It's nothing that we're in discussion about. Rob has outlined those things for us, and so it kind of gives us a better space to move on some of those things. But like I said, I think that, yeah, I'm fine with blank slate for the activity, getting it prepped.
All right. Any other final comments you'd like to make before you move on to a closed session?
I would like to thank the board for, again, welcoming me to this space. I don't want anyone to think that I haven't felt welcomed. There's going to be natural conversations that we're all having, and there's going to be opportunities for dissonance, I like to call it. Not necessarily, we disagree, but there's going to be opportunities for dissonance where I may believe one thing and you may believe something different. But I truly believe that it is our responsibility to show the community that, we're working together. And then there's going to be opportunities for us to also show the community that when we have a disagreement, how we still move forward. That's just as important. And so I just want to make sure I put that into the conversation as well.
Board Member Miller, are you on the phone? To be determined, yeah. All right, good. Final comments, we good for tonight based on where we are moving forward? Okay. All right, I've got nothing more to say, so you need to move on to the next item.
All right, let me see where. Thank you, Drew.
You got it, Drew. My pleasure.
Just a minute, I'm having trouble navigating my own computer. All right. So we do have one more item that's an open, but we do need legal consult first. Need a motion to go into closed session to hear a briefing from Rob in regards to the topic. Is there anyone to make the motion?
So moved.
Okay. Is there a second?
Point of order, do you want to announce
So the topic.
meeting dates quick
Oh,
before we go
um,
offline?
Well, then I have to move. Well, we're at number 7. This is an open item. It's an open session item still, but we need to receive.
Oh,
So we're not at number 8 yet. We're on
I'm
7.
so sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
I'll second.
All right. So it's been moved by Board Member Schneider, seconded by Board Member Brian Anderson. And we're going to go into closed session to receive legal consult, and then we will return to open session to deal with this remote participation in closed session agenda item. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none. Mrs. Shope, can you give us a roll call vote, please?
I sure can. I'm sorry. Brian Anderson,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Aye.
Greg Schneider,
Aye.
Spencer Anderson,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
and Sean Levy.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right, so make sure you close out of open session, and then we'll be in closed session for those that are on the link. Thank you very much. At this one. So we are now back in open session. I got to find our agenda. So after consultation with our legal counsel, we got legal advice to refer to our policy committee to draft language for remote participation in closed session. So that is what we'll do with that item for 7B. Any questions from board members? Okay. All right. 8, future meeting dates. Tuesday, February 28th at 5:30 p.m. Governance. Policy Committee meeting Wednesday, March 1st at 5:30 p.m. Business Operations and Finance Tuesday, March 7th at 5:30 p.m. Human Resources Tuesday, March 7th at 6:30 p.m. Regular board meeting Tuesday, March 7th at 7 p.m. Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services meeting Tuesday, March 21st at 5:30 p.m. All right, we're now at 9A. A motion may be made and vote taken to convene the Board of Education into closed session pursuant to Section 19.851, parentheses G, conferring with legal counsel for the governmental body who is rendering oral or written advice concerning strategy to be adopted by the body with respect to litigation in which it is or likely to become involved. And Section 19.851, parentheses 1, parentheses C, relative to considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility. Is there a motion?
So move.
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved by
Second.
Board Member Brian Anderson, seconded by Board Member Amy Levy. Is there any discussion? Mrs. Shope, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Amy Levy,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
Greg Schneider,
Aye.
Spencer Anderson,
Aye.
Brian Anderson,
Aye.
Sean Levy.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right, and we will be adjourning from closed session. All right, good evening.